Good morning. It's Thursday, January 19th. We're going to get started. We do have a quorum. We have Roberta Pinero on Zoom, and Commissioner Hill is here. This is the January 19th, 2023 session of the Planning Board. It's a significant date. The federal government is at its borrowing limit. It's about New Year's Eve if you're celebrating the Chinese calendar, and we wish everybody a healthy and prosperous New Year. That's coming up on the 21st, I think. But more importantly, on January 19th, 1956, the Montgomery Sentinel highlighted the upcoming world premiere of the short film Warning Red at the Veers Mill Theater. The nationwide released film was part of a series of U.S. Federal Civil Administration defense productions that educated the public on supposed actions that would minimize the effect of heat and radioactive fallout following a nuclear attack. Most of the sequences of a suburban father searching for his family were filmed at the National Civil Defense Training Center in Olney, and the Sandy Spring Theater Group comprised most of the cast. This being 2023, I'm happy to report that no one has suffered heat and radioactive fallout in Olney. So apparently the film worked. We're happy for that. Okay, enough of the easy stuff. We have preliminary matters. The first is the resolution to affirm our decision on Remembrance Park preliminary plan number 1/2021-0150. In addition to our resolution, we had asked for a letter go from the Planning Board to DEP to look for some more nutrient monitoring in light of this green burial cemetery as a novel event in the county. I think that will be forthcoming, but in the meantime, I'll look for a motion to approve the resolution.
Move approval for the resolution as adopted in the number that you referenced.
And I seconded, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. No further discussion. All those in favor say aye.
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 All right, 3-0. This is very exciting. All right, we now have some regulatory extensions. One is Battery Lane, Site C, Site Plan Number 8/2022-02-30. This is a case where the paperwork is in, but our staff still needs time to review it. We also have another extension, All Souls Cemetery preliminary plan amendment. Again, this is where final documents are going to be submitted shortly. But, you know, the cemetery works on its own time. What can I tell you? Any discussion on these extensions?
Yeah, I do have a question about the cemetery extension, and I just want to make sure the applicant asserted that this was all sort of on staff, waiting for that, and I just want to make sure staff agrees with that.
Hello, good morning. For the record, Sandra Pereira, Regulatory Supervisor with Up County. Yes, that is correct. We have received all the materials, and we're all in agreement that we can move forward.
Okay, and in the interest of sort of granting the smallest extension necessary, if we're waiting just for the formulation of the staff report, is 30 days adequate to do that instead of 3 months?
Because drawings were just submitted yesterday, and by law, we have 65 days from final submittal of drawings. we would like to leave that amount of time just in case. And of course, if everything is ready before then, we would proceed. That's our intent.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, I'll entertain a motion to approve the two extensions.
Mr. Chair, I'd like to move that we approve the two extensions.
Do I hear a second?
I'll second.
We have a motion and a second. Ms. Cherie Branson has joined us, so we now have four. All those in favor of approving the two extensions, say aye.
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 Aye. Opposed? No? Zero? Okay. We're good. Thank you. Okay, we're on item 4, a roundtable discussion with the Parks Director, who's way over there.
Good morning, Planning Board. Mike Riley, the Parks Director, here with my biweekly report. If I could get the AV folks to get my screen up. I've got just, I think, 5 slides for you this morning. There we go. As you know, we just celebrated Martin Luther King Day. And every year we have a series of volunteer opportunities for the MLK Day of Service. It's actually more like a week of service where we have programs, but so they're still ongoing, but the bulk of them happened throughout the weekend and on Monday. And you see some very impressive stats here as we're not even done with the program. We had both park and stream cleanups and weed warrior events in our parks, a total of 22 events. So far, more than 1,000 volunteers, more than 2,000 hours of volunteer service. This is a good news, bad news thing on the trash. The good news is that our volunteers work very hard and remove a lot of trash from our parks. The bad news is there's a lot of trash in our parks. But we certainly appreciate the great work of our volunteers helping us keep our parks clean, and we'll continue to brainstorm with the Department of Environmental Protection and others about how we could possibly reduce the amount of trash that ends up in our parks. And generally, when we report volunteer hours, we do use a formula to monetize the value of the work if we had to pay for it. And as you could see, just throughout the weekend, it's a big number, over $67,000 of service. That's a nice number, but that's not really the big deal. These volunteers really care about our parks. That's why they're out there. They want to give back. And also, these volunteers tend to be some of our best advocates. When we need advocates to advocate on our budget or to support us on legislation, they're the same people we go to and ask them to speak up and tell our elected officials why the parks are important to them. So I have some staff here I want to recognize, and thanks for this good work. I'll flip to some pictures that they provided me from just a few of the cleanups. But starting with our Division Chief of Public Affairs and Community Partnerships, where the volunteer office is held, we have Christy Williams here with Wave Christy. And then running our volunteer service office is Molly Gallant with her trusty helper, Lynn Vismera. And then 2 people who spend more time out in the field than they do out in the office, actually making sure the work is done. We have Valeria Espinoza, who oversees our stream and cleanup efforts, and then Corinne Stevens, who oversees our Weed Warrior program. So they do great work, and our volunteer corps keeps growing every year. And this is just, one of the, I think, programs that really shines the light on how many of our community members care deeply about our parks.
Just one quick question. If we're monetizing the value of volunteers, can we be accused of child labor violations?
Well, when we have the volunteer appreciation events and I get to give my little speech, I always do tell them the check's in the mail.
Thank you. Did you have something?
Yeah, I just wanted to thank staff for their leadership in all this. It's a great performance.
So just a few more topics. So this is the beginning. We just kicked off our summer camps, registration, I should say. And I'm sure some of them filled up on the first day by 7 a.m. on the 17th. Unfortunately, a few of them probably filled up, but registration is ongoing. We have a variety of great summer camps, and you see the info here. I just wanted to do a little bit of an infomercial here for anybody who's listening, that there's still plenty of opportunity to register for camps. And also just to alert the board, one of my favorite things the Parks Foundation does, among many things, is they have what's called the Mary Wells Harley Dream Camp Scholarship Fund. Mary Wells Harley, of course, was a former planning board commissioner and vice chair of the planning board, and before that she was the park and recreation director for a long time over at Prince George's Department of Parks and Recreation. And there is a scholarship that helps send kids to our camps, one of my favorite things to donate to every year, and we're really proud to be able to send some kids to camp every year who otherwise may not be able to afford to be there. So one of the things that's keeping my team very busy, generally we start this in November each year and it's ongoing now, is probably about 7 years ago, we decided it was really important to be proactive approaching our state legislators about how they could support the parks with what are called bond bills. And it's interesting, one of the reasons we started to be more proactive wasn't necessarily that we were targeting the money. It's that what was happening is third-party entities were approaching our legislators about projects they thought would be good to do, and they would need land to do them. They would identify parkland, and sometimes we would find out about the project after the legislator supported money for it. And it would put us in an incredibly awkward position if we were not supportive of the project or if it wasn't a priority for us. So that's kind of the thing that really opened our eyes, and we've had a lot of success, particularly last year we had bond bills in every district except one, and it's accomplished a lot. It's brought in a lot of money to the parks, millions of dollars per year. And more importantly, it's allowed us to build really good relationships with the members of the Montgomery County delegation of the General Assembly, because we get to work with them, we describe the projects, they choose which projects they really think are important for their district, and then of course 2 or 3 years later after they get the money, we invite them to a ribbon cutting and celebrate what we've done with their project. So this year is just like last year. We've approached every district. Most of them are supporting bills. Some of them are supporting multiple park projects. We do expect there to be a significant amount of money in Annapolis this year, just like there was last year. So hopefully by the time we reach the end of the session in March or April, we'll have good news to report of a lot more money coming out of Annapolis for park projects. And that, I shouldn't have ended on the bad news. I should have ended on the good news. I should have flipped these two slides. This is the bad news. The term affordability PDF is not very intuitive, but the county executive just released his recommended 6-year CIP. This is the off year of the biennial CIP. So we did not submit a new CIP. As a matter of fact, we had no amendments or no changes really in this off year. We didn't ask for an additional penny. But as OMB described to me and the budget team last year, there are a lot of needs, a lot of pressures, some revenue, there's some revenue shortfalls on some of the revenue side, and there's a whole bunch of expensive projects competing on the expenditure side. So they decided that they would trim our budget to the tune of $1.5 million. It's over each of the last 3 years of the budget. So that would be 28, I think 28 through 30, if I'm not mistaken. And what we do in this case is we will come to you either next week or the week after. We'll tell you the impacts if we take that reduction. We'll put a face on it. We haven't done that yet, but we'll come and say we believe if we have to take these cuts, these are the projects will be impacted. And generally, what the board will do, if they agree with our recommendation, is they will refer to them as non-recommended reductions. And we'll go to the council and just say, council, it's your call. If we got to take these cuts, these are the projects that will be adversely impacted. Or if you don't want to impact these projects, please find a way to restore this money to our budget. So we'll do that either next week or the week after. And then following that, there will be CIP public hearings in the first week of February generally, and then our first committee work session on the CIP will be probably in March or April. So that's all I have for this morning. Happy to answer any questions.
Just a back of the envelope estimate, what percentage is that?
It's relatively small. It is, I should know the number of what our 6-year CIP is. It's not coming to me, but it's like 1% or less. It's not a huge cut.
Yeah, and I suspect the bids you're getting on your new projects are higher than you
Well,
anticipated, too.
what's interesting is OMB was gently explaining to us why they trimmed us in a year that we weren't asking for more money and all the other agencies were, was that the other agencies are saying there's inflation in transportation and school projects. That was one of the reasons they needed to come up with more money.
There's no inflation in the stuff you all do?
Yes, yeah,
I'm just amazed. How do you do that? Can you go to the grocery store with me?
They don't put out a bid, is how they,
Yeah.
yeah, we're not buying eggs in the parks right now.
where they are. All right. Thank you. I'm sorry. Commissioner Pinero?
Yes. Thank you for your presentation. This is very interesting. Now, the CIP, is that something that is across the, I think you answered the question already, but let me just be sure to confirm your answer. It's a budget cut that the council is asking across the board for every agency or just for the Parks Department?
This is just the Parks Department. I have not yet reviewed the recommended CIP for the other agencies. But we work, the county executive releases his recommended budget every year by January 15th if it falls on a weekend.
Also,
It's a little bit later. So this is the county executive's recommended budget that just got
I see.
published, and the council gets to make the final decision. So that's
I
why
see.
when we get
Yeah.
cut by the executive, typically, the executive doesn't say what's cut. He doesn't say it's, Project X that I'm cutting. He just says, I'm going to cut so much money out of your budget. You, Park and Planning Commission, get to figure out what's impacted, and then we go to the council and we tell them, and we typically call it a non-recommended reduction because we don't want
I
to
see.
take cuts to our budget. And sometimes the council is able to restore that money and sometimes they're not.
But it's not going to affect your operating budget. This is all capital.
This is all capital.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Okay. Commissioner Branson?
Yeah, I don't want to talk about the budget because I think we can probably, I think this is something that's probably going to work out. I'm crossing my fingers. Who wants to cut the parks? I mean, it's just like Grinchish. What I do want to do is talk about the summer camps and definitely want to join you in the infomercial because the summer camps that you all run are really valuable. I had my son, who is now in his mid-20s, went to one of your summer camps that had to do with, I don't know what you all called it, but I think it was something like survival skills, where he had to learn how to do a tent and, make a fire. And I enjoyed him being tormented for that week and coming out of middle-class comfort into the wilds of I think it was Brookside Forest. And then later, when he was a teenager, he actually had a job with you all, running something, I don't remember. But it was in a summer camp. So yeah, I would strongly, recommend for, every working parent deals with the problem of summer. What do you do in the summer? And it can be such a struggle. I don't think people who have not experienced it can really understand what it's like jockeying to try and figure out, what camps to go to, and the camps you all run have always been affordable, and I really wish there were more. Um, um, and I hope there's information about the Mary Wells Harley Scholarship Program on the website that people can easily access and donate to. So that's all I want to say. Thank you.
Thank you for your report, and I announce right now my availability for summer camp, since I'll be relieved of my current obligations by that time. Okay, I think that concludes this item. We're ready to move to item 5. Do we have to wait to move to item 5? Oh, I'm sorry, Commissioner Pinero, I missed you.
Yeah, I just wanted on what Commissioner Branson said. I was kind of interesting about that scholarship program, and I'd like to encourage. I don't know how it's funded, but when I was at the board of HOC of the housing agency, we also started a scholarship program for summer camps. And what we would do is we would go and ask the private sector, particularly developers, whether they wanted to contribute. And I remember a past planning commissioner, Norm Dreyfus, did contribute quite a bit of money for that. But something that we would do is we would recognize them, particularly when we had either developers or people from the private sector contribute money to the summer camp, to the scholarship program. We would have an activity, and many of them would love that. So I just wanted to add that
And I'll add that
to the presentation.
the planning board is going to have an ethics discussion next week, at which
Yeah,
we,
that's something to
yeah,
think about.
right. It
Yes.
would be a problem here on soliciting. But the world knows it's available. We look forward to more contributions. Okay? Are we now
Thank
ready to
you.
go to the next item? Yes, I think so. Good morning. It's still January 19th, 2023. We're on item 5 of the Planning Board agenda, the joint state transportation policy letter, and the staff is trying to ask for our recommendations on that letter. And from there, I'll turn it over, which way? To you. Well, please get your mic on if it's.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. For the record, Steve Aldridge from the Countywide Planning and Policy Division. Joining me today is Zach Dreyer, who's a planning associate who's been with us about 6 months. Previously was at MDP. And Dave Ansbacher, also from Countywide Planning and Policy. Also joining us online is Andrew Bossi from Montgomery County DOT. And the draft letter that we're going to be reviewing today, it was, sort of initially drafted after some discussions with council staff and Montgomery County DOT staff of moving to, to develop a letter to forward to the council and to the county executive. But this was our opportunity to add recommendations to add to the letter and to bring it to you folks to get your input and recommendations. Next slide. I do want to note and really give my apologies. We have a couple corrections in the staff report. One is that the attachments weren't numbered, so there might have been some confusion. The first letter following the staff report is the draft priority letter, which is for review. You'll notice it doesn't have signatures and says secretary to be determined, followed by a 2020 priority letter, which is signed, and this is a mistake too, a 2022 update letter, which was really a letter to basically say, this isn't our full letter, but we have some issues and here are our issues. So that was submitted to MDOT in 2022. Finally, at the end of the entire package, there's a matrix mislabeled as attachment A. It's actually attachment D. So again, my apologies. And in future staff reports, we're gonna label the attachment on, on the top of every single page, so it's crystal clear. And hopefully we wanna have this problem again. I also wanted to correct that we had an incorrect street name for one of the projects that is identified in this staff report. It's Maryland 198 Spencerville Road. That road actually changes name quite frequently through that section. It's actually Old Columbia Pike, which is the section that is being designed and being evaluated now by MDOT SHA. All right. I did want to point out that this process, while it's pretty standard, this year the county is moving pretty rapidly to finalize this letter. There is going to be a public hearing next week on the 24th, followed by a T&E committee session on the 30th, and then finally a council vote. So with that, I'll go through the presentation and tell you how we put this together. So this is something that's done, it could be done every year, but periodically, everyone in the county gets together and says, I think it's time to submit a new priority letter. And they start working on a draft. In past years, the draft has actually come from DOT. This year it was decided it should come from planning staff and then move forward. And so the planning board participates in this process by providing comments to the county executive and the county council. And in addition, the legislative delegation is informed or consulted as part of the whole process. The idea is to really make it the priorities for the county for funding from MDOT clear. What are the top priorities? This is based on some legislation. The letter is every county submits is given the opportunity to submit a letter, and it's intended to focus on realistic funding availability. And MDOT encourages multimodal submissions, which for us that's definitely not a problem. And as you'll notice in our letter, we've covered each of the modes quite significantly. This process is one of, but not the only method that Montgomery County will have to provide input to MDOT on this process. There's another process called Chapter 30, which now Montgomery County DOT is primarily working on, which is a one-stop portal. You input the top project and you fill out an application. I can provide you more information on that if you're interested. It's much more focused on projects that are ready to go to design and to be fully funded in the CTP. So it's really the next step after the priority letter. Next slide. So the priority letters are due to MDOT on April 1st. And if you notice in our past letters, we haven't really been good at that. We submit it whenever we get around to it. And I think this year, I think we're finally getting ahead of the ball. So we'll definitely have it in by April 1st. You know, as I said, we submitted a detailed joint transportation letter in 2020. And then in 2022, we submitted a fairly short letter that really raised a couple concerns, some of them COVID-related, some of them managed lanes or opportunity lanes related, that funding wasn't evolving as had been promised, and so concerns were raised in that letter. And I think some of those concerns still exist, and as you'll see in our draft report, the draft report that we've developed is sort of a combination of starting with the 2020 letter and updating it, but also making sure to include the concerns from the 2022, what I call an amplification letter. So again, as I said, this is really seen as the ideal time to update the priority letter with you know, a new governor, a re-elected county council, and a re-elected county executive. This is really the ideal time to make sure that our priorities are set of what, you know, we would like from the state on the transportation side. Next slide. And I think I said all this, so I think we'll just go past this. So within the draft letter and also the 2020 priority letter, the recommendations have been organized into 8 emphasis areas. And these aren't presented in priority order, and maybe there could be an argument that they should be. I think very specifically in the last letter, the intent was, to de-emphasize road projects, which is why they're more towards the bottom. But I'm not sure that that's intentional today, and I think that's just the way it's set up. You know, the county does have a big focus on Vision Zero, which is why that one's squarely on top. So for each of these areas, when we identify projects, they are identified in priority order, and we'll number them and discuss them in order. And as I mentioned, the priorities between each one haven't been set because many of these projects, they're gonna come from different funding sources. And so, you know, I think in terms of the county's allocation, it's more than likely to come from some very specific locations, such as the state highways program, state highways funding, maybe even the bus rapid transit programs. Some of these other are really commitments that MDOT has provided in some way, shape, or form to the county before, and it's really just emphasizing, here's what we need today. Next slide. So I can go through each of the topics, and I guess I'd have a question for you, Mr. Chair, and for the board. What I've done is come up with a presentation that summarizes all the recommendations, and I can start by showing each of the emphasis areas and the projects, and if there are questions about individual projects, we can then go to additional slides to discuss that. If there are no questions, then we can move on to the next subject. Okay. So first, on Vision Zero implementation, much of the request in this section is really just a continuation. You know, Montgomery County was the first county in the U.S. that had a Vision Zero program, and now SHA is also, you know, the state is a Vision Zero state. And so we're really just a re-emphasis that, you know, improving funding to help us, you know, build more pedestrian and bicycle safety improvement projects. And I will note that on many state highways, often the agency that does the design and is actually Montgomery County DOT, not the state. But you know, some of those projects can be done with state funds and assistance, we're happy to do that. And, you know, the DOT and SHA work very well together. The second bullet really is maybe an example of where there had been a couple hiccups. This process continues, but what I think what DOT has found is that some projects take much longer than they probably should. And I think if they were DOT-only projects, they would go through faster, but because they're DOT projects working with SHA review, sometimes they take an awfully long time and there's some problems. So just urging them to try to figure a way to expedite the project, certainly working with the district and many of the offices back in Hanover and Baltimore to try to smooth through projects that are Vision Zero related faster. So the next slide, this is a major piece of the priorities letter is the bus rapid transit implementation. We have 8 projects listed. These projects are actually listed in priority order as agreed to by the council. And many of these have been requests that have been made in the past. Most of these are also in the, what is attachment D, but labeled attachment A, the top 100 transportation priorities, which was identified by the planning board back in 2021. And I would say that all of these are on that top 100 list as well. And I guess I would ask if anyone has any questions about any of these projects.
Just a note for everybody that this also conforms to how these relate to the county CIP as well and how they fit that way. Commissioner, I'm sorry, Commissioner Panera.
Yeah, I just have a question. I noticed that you have a number of projects under BRT, but then the Zero Vision implementation, there's no. I mean, I saw that it was in 2020. It was a top priority, and it's a top priority now. I know for the council, it's a really important initiative, but I'm wondering whether there's any shovel-ready projects that may be listed, or do we want to keep it very general as it is right now? And I'd just like to get your opinion on that.
Thank you. That's a great comment. Many Vision Zero projects are small projects, and they're usually what we call level of effort projects. They're in a work program like the sidewalk program or a street lighting program or traffic signals. So they don't stand out as easily as a project that gets its own place in the CIP budget. There certainly could be an argument to have some dedicated Vision Zero funding sources, and that's probably more of a discussion for the CIP review. But I think that the county does invest a lot in Vision Zero, and we could try to get you more information of what those projects are, because Montgomery County DOT does have a rolling list of projects that are being implemented as part of the Vision Zero action plan.
I see, but they're generally, what you're saying is that they're generally small projects. They're not, for example, if you have like a pedestrian bridge, would that be considered a Vision Zero project?
Potentially, and that definitely would be a project that you would see in the CIP. But also, I would say that some of the larger ticket items that are Vision Zero related are going to more likely be fully funded by the county itself, as opposed to asking MDOT for the funds.
I see. Okay. Thank you very much.
Commissioner Hill?
Yeah, first a question, which is, I understood that in the BRT system that the Route 29 corridor was supposed to really be the priority, and that may be the explanation for Phase 2 on number 4 here. But I was a little surprised when I first looked at this list that Route 29 wasn't on the top of it. And I'm probably out of date, and you can explain that.
Certainly. Well, I mean, US 29, the flash system is in place. But there was a lot of study that really only concluded fairly recently, which, the county council endorsed the median bus BRT concept. And so that is, I think it's almost not quite as ready as the other projects to move forward, whereas Montgomery County DOT has been working very diligently on the Maryland 355 Central BRT project and the Veers Mill Road BRT project. And actually, I will mention that you will be seeing a mandatory referral for the Veers Mill Road BRT probably in March. So, and so that, sort of explains that. I think you probably could make a very good case that maybe US 29 should be above 355 north and south. I think that's a very valid comment.
Okay,
We'd be happy to make that recommendation.
David Ansbacher, just for the record. What this is reflecting is, and I think Chair Zients touched on this at the beginning, but this is reflecting the current priorities of the council as approved in the CIP. And again, we can certainly make the comment, but Maryland 355, Veers Mill Road, they're a lot further along in the design process at this point.
This says US 29 Phase 2. Is Phase 1 considered the flash system that's in place? Okay. And these last two comments are just my preference, because I'll express it, take the opportunity, which is I have never been particularly in favor of MD 355 South. It strikes me as a redundant transit facility. Metro was within a couple hundred feet. You get south of Strathmore, it's literally right on top of it. And for a BRT, it strikes me that if you have something in that corridor, to be multimodal, you have to line up the stations with metro stations. And that just enhances the redundancy. And you can't have many more stations on a BRT or it stops being rapid. So that's something I've always whenever I'm talking to the transportation folks and that comes up, it's sort of I just don't get that one. I understand the idea of increasing the capacity for sort of North Bethesda utilization. And I think that there's a statement in here about unlocking the potential development for North Bethesda. I understand that as an economic development argument, but I don't see it as a particularly good transportation argument. And there are certainly multi-jurisdictional problems with the county enhancing Metro, but that seems to be the solution to me, right, is let's get Metro that already exists there working better instead of spending the millions of dollars. That particular corridor is going to be expensive because of the property values, and I just don't see that as a good utilization. So that's just an opinion to express. And then I also, and this is based on, I think, what may be rising public impatience, and I'm going to go back to the Corridor City Transitway, which is kind of permuted into the I-270 transit corridor connectors here, which is the bottom of the list here. But I kind of interpret there's a lot of impatience with the fact of what's happening with that, right? It's been like 20 years since that was really brought up, and particularly later in this session, we'll be talking about the Greater Seneca planning and the idea of enhancing the medical technology component of that. And it seems to me the transportation, the ability of people to get there is really important. And I'm a little disappointed to see that that's the last priority here. And just one more comment too, I am glad to see the priorities of what I consider to be BRT lines that are not redundant. So, the ability to come down Veers Mill Road and connect the central, part of the county to Wheaton, where we are now, strikes me as something that we just don't have. Or, the central and the northern parts of the MD 355, so we can sort of slingshot people out of the metro station around Shady Grove, strikes me as, that really, it's a new route that is in service now, and that I think I'm glad to see that as a priority. So my comments.
Great, thank you. I will mention for the I-270 transit corridor connector, Montgomery County DOT has plans to move forward in the planning and design for, I guess, the first phase. So, we might have more information to talk about when we review the transportation CIP. I was listening to Mike talk about the county exec's recommendations. We're going to be doing the same thing, and we'll be coming back to you on February 23rd to review the county exec's recommended budget on transportation projects.
Commissioner Branson?
Yeah, first of all, let me just say that as far as the presentation is concerned, a map would be really helpful with all this, just my own visual thing. Because it seems to me that what's going on here is BRT implementation in the most, oh, that's great. Yeah, now I understand it. No, in the most traveled commuter areas in various parts of the county, okay? And which is why I'm bringing up New Hampshire Avenue, right? Because New Hampshire Avenue, New Hampshire Avenue, Randolph Road, Route 29 are really the big deal in East County. I mean, you just, you can't move if they don't move. I have definitely seen the implementation of the flash on 29. I'm wondering what the timeline is for New Hampshire Avenue, if you know that, because I'm just not seeing these things. I'm not seeing these things connect up at all.
I'll try to speak to that, and maybe Dave Anspacher will add some information. Right now, MCDOT has been working on, I guess, the initial planning for New Hampshire Avenue, and the idea is that this would start, in the Colesville area, and then travel down New Hampshire Avenue to the District of Columbia line, potentially extending to Fort Totten. And one of the recommendations from the draft priority letter is that this is the ideal corridor to be a state-led project. One, because it borders two counties. The economic development potential benefit for the White Oak Science Gateway area and FDA is certainly tremendous. Connecting to the Red Line, I think there are a lot of really good things about this project. It is low on the list, and I think that because some of the more immediate priorities have been pushed for different reasons. And I think the US 29 BRT was considered a significant first effort on BRT in East County. And so I think the focus from the policymakers has shifted a little bit more towards trying to work on helping, reinforce North Bethesda and connect Rockville to Wheaton. But this is a very important corridor, and I guess, Dave, do you want to speak a little more?
No, I think that's all right. I think it is the lowest priority because it passes through two counties and it will go to Fort Totten. So it also passes through the District of Columbia. So again, it's thought of as the Montgomery County will complete the planning of this, but then the idea is to pass that back to the state to move forward.
If you could go back to your priority list for a second. Can I hear a motion to agree with this list or an amendment to it?
Just to be clear, the priorities as they are set on your list are the same priorities that the council has initially determined?
That's correct. So, and I'll just walk through each of them. So Maryland 355 Central BRT, Veers Mill Road BRT, those have construction funding in the approved CIP. Number 3, Maryland 355 North and South BRT, that planning and design has been underway for 2 to 3 years at this point. Next is US 29 Phase 2 BRT. You just saw that 2 months ago. That is now selected an alternative. The council has now appropriated funds for more planning and to, I think, enter a 30% design. So this is sort of, the listings here is where each project is in, from the planning to construction phases.
See, we could sort of want things, but if they couldn't do it, it doesn't.
Yeah.
I will
That's
also
exactly,
mention
yeah.
that the first two projects are part of sort of an MOU between the county and the state in regard to the opportunity lanes. The state promised funding for transit service, and the county executive and Montgomery County DOT identified those two corridors as the ones that would be the benefactors of receiving money from the opportunity lane projects. And as I mentioned, that has been delayed, and so it is a bit of a concern, but I think that's an additional element to consider.
All right, well, Well, if I can't get a motion to approve, can I get a motion to accept by silence?
Do we need to move on this particularly, or just move the whole letter in the end?
Oh, if you want to move the whole letter, we can, but right now we're on this.
Okay.
And,
All right.
and I'm trying to take notes too, so that at the end, we can even come back and ask whether or not you wanted to add in, for instance, Commissioner Hill had talked about moving US 29 Phase 2 BRT potentially up, and so we can kind of revisit those at the end.
Yeah, let's do that instead of doing this in
Okay.
pieces, I
All
would
right,
say.
let's go on to the next piece.
Okay, next item, we're,
Oh, I'm sorry, Commissioner Panero.
Let me just say that something that Commissioner Hill brought up, which I think it's important. I'm also kind of disappointed that the I-270 Transit Corridor Connector, the CCT, is all the way down on the priorities. I'd just like to express that. This is a project that, like Commissioner Hill said, people are very concerned. I mean, people know about it and they've been asking what happened to the CCT. So, when we get that presentation from the county executive in terms of transportation priorities, I hope to hear something, good news about what's happening to that project. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you.
okay.
If I may also, one of the reasons I'm suggesting that we hear a little bit more is when you came in, when I had this and you said, well, here are the priorities, I thought about it as more of a wish list. And I'm missing the component of what's, the shovel ready and what's in the pipeline that obviously has gone into this. So I just kind of want the whole picture.
Okay.
And when we get to it, I think it's, the purpose of this input is to actually express some of these very concerns, whether that is a fact or not. If you folks feel like projects should be ranked higher, I think that's an extremely valued and important part of this process.
And to that end, I, of course, am concerned about New Hampshire Avenue being so far down the list. And the reason really is because of the economic development potential. We are just not, once again, considering the economic development potential of East County. And as just a totally practical matter, because I do understand the political, and it seems like the political is everybody gets something on this list somewhere in your area. Okay, I understand that. I get that totally. But there's the practical, and the practical is that in order to really move economic development forward, it would be helpful to have linkage, and to sort of pair things in quarters where you could really make something happen. To have the 29 BRT at number 4, and then the New Hampshire Avenue BRT at number 7. Well, that's not really, doing the most for that quarter. Just like, well, anyway, it just seems to me that Veers Mill, New Hampshire Avenue, 29, if they were moved further up, then you would actually be spurring economic development and transportation opportunities in places that, first of all, really need them, and secondly, have great economic development potential. And I will now get down off my soapbox.
Okay. We'll proceed to proceed.
All right, so the next section in the draft report is locally operated transit system support. And these are funds that, are provided to Montgomery County DOT and the Ride-On Bus system to help make continued improvements to transit service and systems. So the items on the list include, a focus on zero-emission bus infrastructure. That one is not really a request, but it's a continued focus that is a mission of the county to go to an entirely zero-emission bus fleet. And then some requests related to Ride-On Extra, and then also a request for increased support grants. So we can go through each of these individually if you'd like. Or,
I think this one's fine.
okay. Next, certainly, what goes on with Metro Bus, and Metro Rail is very critical within the county. And so looking at WMATA investment, really becomes a part of this. And now, while SHA does contribute to WMATA, and the county and SHA or MDOT has some say in terms of how some of these WMATA investments get improved. So this is simply identifying some key recommendations and priorities for the county related to WMATA. The first is that the North Bethesda, hard to get used to saying that, White Flint, the North Metro entrance, which has been on the CIP wish list for many years, to help, really sort of more revitalize the north side of the old White Flint Station. And while the county DOT has been working on a series of other transportation improvements, including improved sidewalks on 355, so that people can walk up towards Pike and Rose, easier and safer with much less stress. The need for state investment, towards this is very important. And as well, the Metro bus system is also still a very important part of our overall bus network. So, making sure that continues to be a part of it, part of our priorities from a funding side as well.
Just a question on North Bethesda entrance, and that is there. So my recollection when you get to what was the White Flint Station was you come up and you've got the pedestrian bridge under 355 over to the conference center. And we're not talking about that then. We're talking about an exit off the other end of the platform, which, as you mentioned, kind of services the growth around Pike and Rose. Is that?
Yeah,
Okay.
I think the idea so far has been that this is likely ultimately going to be a developer-led type of redevelopment situation, but that there would need to be significant investment just to build the portal, the portal portions, and it also provides opportunities to improve bus connectivity to the metro station as well. And one project I'll mention, the North Bethesda Transit Way, one of the options for that transit way would be that it would actually start on Old Georgetown between 355 and Neville Street, pretty much on right where the north entrance would be,
Right.
Which would provide a great connection to get people down to Old Georgetown towards the Rock Spring area.
Right. And if I recall, Metro goes underground at the north end of that platform, doesn't it? So that's what we're talking about, is bringing people up to there.
Yep.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, I think we're okay with this
Okay.
one.
All right, next topic, commuter rail expansion. Some of these projects have been, again, on the wish list in previous letters. The first one, I'll just say Boyd Station. The county DOT has embarked on a project for that already. The planning board did hear a mandatory referral for that project a couple years ago, which was going to provide an improved parking lot and improve, sidewalks leading up to the platform. But it didn't have everything. It didn't have facilities for, it didn't have an improved crossing. Now there's actually a very old underground stairwell and tunnel, which is extremely substandard and not available for ADA accessibility at all. And in addition, there's a historic structure that right now is mothballed. So this project would ask for funding to continue the work that the county DOT has already begun to make this station, really more usable to its greater potential. Other projects, North Bethesda Station, really just want the state to continue or to pursue a planning study to plan for both North Bethesda and Shady Grove as stations along the MARC line. And the last item is really to improve midday and off-peak service to start planning how to do that along the Brunswick line. It's a definite need, an underutilized potential, and well, there might be some issues in terms of, not having a third rail in places, but to date, there's been almost no planning in that area, and we, definitely feel like that needs to be pushed.
B&O will tell you they need to move freight on the same line, so that's, keep going.
Well,
Okay.
can I
Yes.
posit just one thing here, which is there any interest among the other commissioners recommending that the expansion of service, I would maybe put as number 2, the expansion of service to get it running better might be a better priority than adding new stations? Or no interest in doing
I
that?
think that is so fraught with peril on the B&O side that you risk you losing a priority for something that you practically can't get.
I don't understand that statement.
Well,
So maybe I can chime in.
you need B&O's permission in order to expand service, which has nothing to do with your planning or what you're doing on the receiving side of that. It's completely determined by a third party. So I think it's more wishful thinking than good planning.
Okay, so in practice, we're saying that, in a way, that's the hardest one to accomplish, so we're calling it the lowest priority.
Okay.
I would certainly, I would encourage an emphasis that increased planning for, adding capacity to the Brunswick line is definitely needed. That could be a point of emphasis that we could add to the letter.
I think the idea behind this ranking is number 2 and number 3. Those could go forward if we're willing to remove an existing MARC station. That has always been CSX's position. Number 4 requires a third track, and that is a very long-term, costly, impactful proposition, and therefore that should be at the bottom of the list. That's at least the thinking that we had when we ranked this.
Okay. Thank you
So-
for explaining.
So what's the existing MARC station that needs to be removed?
They'll say any one, pick one.
Oh, just pick one, like, okay,
That's a tough political
okay.
battle
Okay,
that
got
would
it.
have to
They
be.
haven't picked it, we haven't picked it.
Nobody's
They'll-
picked
they'll
it.
say
This is
pick it.
just, okay.
All right. All right, moving on to the next subject, pedestrian and bicycle facilities. And again, many of these, they're not specific projects. This is more high level, really looking at state funding to help Montgomery County DOT build the projects. So it includes pedestrian and bicycle safety implementation on state highways, which is something that the county DOT does all the time, providing, building projects. For instance, even the Veers Mill BRT project, which you're going to see, is going to have significant improvements to the sidewalk and side path network along Veers Mill Road, which is a state highway. Looking for increased funding in that area. The county DOT designs a lot of pedestrian and bicycle improvements through their BIPA program, bicycle and pedestrian priority areas. Looking for increased funding from the state for that, because that's a program that actually was initiated by MDOT many years ago. And third item is bike share program support, really, increasing, continuing to fund that. And the last one on the list is it is a specific project because it's on a grade-separated interstate-type facility, which is the Intercounty Connector. A small section of the planned multi-use trail, which was supposed to extend the entire way across, was built, but there are 2 missing segments, and this is basically asking for funds to move forward in planning to complete those.
I think those are okay. Let's continue on.
All right, state highways. So this is a pretty big list. And again, I'm happy to go into the details of any of these, but I will go through them real quickly. The first item on the list, Clopper Road. This is a project that has been the county DOT's priorities for many years. And it was a priority before the Watkins Glen interchange was constructed, and when it was in the planning, they kept saying, well, you're going to need to do something on Clopper Road. So this is really just, continuing to ask, now that Watkins Mill is done, now we actually probably have better data. The priority here is to move forward and try to make improvements to make that work that area work better. The second item on the list is Maryland 198, and as I mentioned, that should say Old Columbia Pike. And that is a project that actually now is in the planning stage at SHA and has been a big priority of the county for the longest time. And one of the problems with that project was that there was a county access road that was also being proposed, and neither agency were willing to fund one, saying, oh, we have to wait for this other project. And so finally, the county DOT funded the access road. They're now moving forward. They're actually past mandatory referral. And so I think now's the time to let's put in what we need to put in Burtonsville. It is not a very long distance. It's a very good project from a multimodal perspective, from a vehicular, from a safety perspective. And so I think that's why it's moved way up on the list. Other projects, 355 Frederick Road. This is really, I think last year or the year before, MDOT-SHA did a corridor analysis of this corridor. And they actually looked at it, at this corridor in conjunction with the proposed observation drive improvements by the county DOT. And they came back and with some recommendations of how can we stage improvements so we can improve access between Clarksburg and Germantown. And so some of the recommendations that came out of that really showed that you don't have to widen 355 if you build observation drive right away, but there are improvements that you do need to make regardless. And it identified some of those improvements. And then I think it also identified a timeline like, well, at some point you may need to widen the road after all. So it was a very valuable study, but it was an early planning effort. So it's really, the focus of this request is really to move that work forward and look at it in more detail. Some of the other ones, accelerated traffic signal modernization. This is a request we put in every year. Our signal system is large. Yeah, we need to upgrade it. Item number 5, MD 190, River Road. This is a new request, and this actually came from the area team, Down County Planning. This is really a reflection of the fact that this road is on the high injury network. There have been a lot of safety issues along this corridor. It's very much a road-centric facility, and the need for multimodal improvements is needed a lot. So, trying to get SHA to look at this corridor seriously. And this would run from between Little Falls Parkway and the Capitol Beltway.
And yet you put this in the state highway category instead of the pedestrian bike category?
I guess that's a good point. It could be in either, but I think that there are safety improvements. Not all of them are just pedestrian and bike related, but we certainly could entertain that motion to move it to the other category.
Or put them both? Go ahead.
Item 6, Maryland 97 diverging diamond interchange at the Capitol Beltway. This is the reason it's listed here in state highways is that the concept, which was recommended in the Forest Glen Montgomery Hill sector plan, is primarily a arterial level improvement. It improves the way that traffic gets to the interchange ramps and facilitates essentially the crossing of the traffic streams so that instead of having to make left turns, they simply peel right off unobstructed. If you've been through one, sometimes the first time it's very confusing, the second time you don't notice it, and you're amazed at how smooth it works. So this was something that was a master plan recommendation. We added it to the list hoping that we can start the process of moving this forward.
Is an example of this the Falls Road Exchange on
Yes.
I-270? That's what we're talking about?
No.
No?
No, that is a single point interchange. An example would be there's an interchange up in Annapolis that is a partial, where essentially the traffic on the right moves over to the left, and then once it goes through the signal, it moves back again. There's also, I know in Virginia, there's one of these is planned on 66 near US 15. They're not a lot, certainly not many in Maryland so far, but but they, when implemented, they've proven to, to have significant safety benefits. Sometimes they have some challenges for bikes and peds, but they can be much more efficient for a lot of the ramp movements
And I'm guessing the footprint is significantly smaller, which is another land
Yes.
use advantage, right?
than many other interchange concepts, yes.
And I'm glad you brought up bikes and pedestrians, because that was my question about this. This is George Avenue, right? I'd just like to make sure everybody knows what we're talking about. And so, isn't there a walkway, a pedestrian walkway now?
Yeah, well, there's a sidewalk on the east side, which is very difficult to navigate. And there is a side path that is on a separate facility on the west side.
Because this links up with the Forest Glen Metro. So how would this particular Diamond interchange affect those things?
For the side path on the west, it would have no impact because that's a grade separated facility. For the sidewalk on the east side, it would have similar impacts, but likely controlled a little more safely. But it wouldn't be a significant improvement. It might have some safety benefits, but you still would have to wait for a signal to cross a ramp.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Last two items on the list, Maryland 97 and Maryland 28 interchange. This project was actually, intersection improvements were completed within the last 4 or 5 years. It's now like probably one of the widest intersections that I've ever seen. And so I think that there was always the idea that that's a short-term solution, that MDOT needs to continue looking at planning, trying to make an actual interchange work. And there actually are some really innovative interchange concepts that can be designed to handle, the crossing of bikes and peds pretty safely. So we just, this is encouraging them to go back and look at it a little bit more, to try to come up with some better solutions and to continue to advance it. The last item on the list, this was put on at the request of the town of Laytonsville, which is the need for a bypass around the west side of town. And, we were really just putting it on the list at their request.
Okay, continue on.
Okay. So the last section is about interstate programs, and I apologize, it may be difficult to, the slide is going to have all the words from that section. This has been developed over time, really talking about, in many cases, the Opportunity Lanes project and the status and promises, and so there's a lot of words. I think it's really continuing to say that, we have some agreements, we need to move this forward, please provide us more information. Let's move to the next slide.
And MCDOT is okay with your statement there?
Well, much of this was originally crafted by MCDOT. Some of this is, I took the 2020 letter and the 2022 letter and had some initial discussions with them. They haven't formally reviewed it yet, but so they have to work on it. This actually is a comment that planning staff added, that we definitely feel like with the bipartisan infrastructure law, there are other funding opportunities for some of these major facilities, and relative to the P3 agreement or not, I think the new administration should seriously consider funding some of these things in different ways, if that's possible.
Yeah, that's a good idea. I mean,
And next
there's
slide.
big money out there.
And last, this was a lot of this is from the amplification letter in 2022. There are a lot of things that got suspended during COVID, and then there's been no progress on the MOU related to the Opportunity Lanes project. And this is really a request: can we please move those forward? Can we please finalize the agreements? And that is that slide.
What was that? What did he do?
And that concludes the presentation. And so our recommendation is that we recommend that the planning board forward the draft to joint transportation priority letter to the county council and county executive as amended by planning board comments today for consideration of the development of the county's joint transportation priority letter.
Thank you for that. I think the comments that I've been hearing around all center on the transit project list. So if you want to put that slide up and people can shoot at it or say what they want to say about it.
Sure.
So-
Yeah, and for the record, Jason Sartori, Chief of Countywide Planning and Policy. And I can highlight the comments that I've heard. I also wanted to let you know, I've just taken a screenshot, and I've asked Catherine Coelho to show you. That is from our Forest Glen, Montgomery Hills, and our down county team are either going to be really happy that I'm pulling this up and giving them their time to shine on this again, or maybe they won't be. I don't know. But this is from the Forest Glen Montgomery Hills plan. This shows you that divergent diamond that is part of that plan. Just I thought it might be helpful for you to see it.
I presume that capacity impact is under consideration here, because that intersection really, or that interchange can have flow problems, but.
Yes, and I think the Forest Glen Montgomery here sector plan took a little bit different tact, and maybe compared to new master plans, it was much more operational in terms of, because there was an active MDOT project that was underway, the Montgomery Hills improvements. And if you've ever driven down that corridor, it has a lot of traffic flow issues. There's too much traffic to get through that bottleneck in one time. And some of those problems are caused by the signals and the signal spacing and the competing demands. And our consultant for that master plan actually looked at a lot of ways that we could do small improvements as part of SHA's design to make things work better. And what we found is that from the long-range perspective, this interchange concept was more efficient and would help to potentially remove some of that bottleneck so that the rest of the corridor could flow more smoothly.
And is the blue here actually represent, say, stormwater features, or is that just a coloration?
I think that's, I think it's
Just
just
non-pavement, non-road pavement. Of course, the other problem here is the backup on Georgia Avenue heading south. But, that's created by the signal there, so. Okay, let's go.
Okay, so if we could go back to the PowerPoint and the BRT implementation. So the first comment that I had here was to prioritize the US 29 Phase 2 BRT above the Maryland 355 North and South BRT. And I added in what I kind of thought. I thought it would be good to give some explanation. And so we can discuss this, but given the county's emphasis through Thrive Montgomery 2050 on investing in the East County.
I would distinguish that I was really interested in, instead of, I would like to see north and south of 355 decoupled, because I think they really deserve different priorities. And definitely, Route 29, in my opinion, should go above the south part of the 355 part. I'm kind of on the fence about the north part.
Let's make this simple. Let's try first to see if we want 29 to be the third priority.
Okay.
Is that okay with everybody? That was my sense too, is that Route 29 really deserves the higher level treatment faster. And since we just went through that as well, that might create some operational challenges to get the designs finished and all of that, but at least we should show it that high of a priority.
And I will also mention that, there's been work on the Fairland Briggs Cheney master plan, and so there might be some recommendations from that could tie into this Phase 2 project as well. Not sure if that actually is going to link up, but,
Yeah, but I'm sure the design work will continue as we get to that plastic. So that will work itself out underneath the priority to get this going. Are people okay with moving the,
I support that simplified recommendation.
okay, so.
I also support it.
Great, okay. Now you want to separate north and south? I guess that's possible. Do you have the map up? Just so people know where they're talking about? No,
Yeah, we have the map shown on the screen, and we have to get up to it. So we'll start looking at, yeah, so this is the north section, which runs from essentially the outlets at Clarksburg, along Stringtown Road to Stonefire Parkway, then down Ridge Road, and then down to Montgomery College in Germantown. Would connect to the central route at Montgomery College.
I can certainly see how that would be a higher priority than the southern route.
Yep. The southern route starts at Montgomery College in Rockville
Yeah.
and goes down to Bethesda. I think the termination Bethesda was master planned as the planned south station of the Bethesda station, south entrance.
Yeah, I'll just, I think we should say that the south piece does go through the White Flint, North Bethesda section, so just be aware of that. That has economic development implications.
And it would connect to the Purple Line.
Right, but the north section, realistically, because of the transit corridors, with the CCT being on the absolute bottom of everything, I'm wondering whether this moving up this north section would in fact alleviate some of the congestion and concern, especially along 270 at this point, and facilitate local individuals being able to get around a lot better in that part of the county.
Go ahead.
You good?
I'm just, Commissioner Presley has her hand raised.
Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't recognize Commissioner Presley there. Thank you.
That's her
Commissioner
part.
Presley.
Yeah.
Thank you. I am in violent agreement with Commissioner Branson.
Violent agreement.
For violent agreement.
I'm afraid now. I don't know what that means, Amy.
Okay,
about enthusiastic?
I'm in happy agreement. I'm in agreement with you. But here's why. So I'm living there and I get to experience this. Now, long time ago, we had a master plan that had other routes out, and this whole area was considered to be like a ladder. They called it, rungs of a ladder between 270 and 355. There were going to be, and beyond, there were going to be other ways out to assist the people coming down from Damascus and so forth. And one of those was M83.
Right.
And, 38 plus years later, that hasn't occurred. So we're stuck now in an area in Clarksburg, when you think about it, where the delivery of the jobs, the live, work, eat, play, it didn't come to fruition. There were issues with the watershed, so some of the commercial wasn't developed, and you have a big outlet mall, but that's really it. There's no other business, so people can't work there unless they work retail. So now you've got a bunch more people getting on to 270 and 355, and there is no practical way of commuter transit. So I just wanted to add that. Sorry for being so vehement.
No, well, everybody's in violent agreement here, I think. So why don't we split that into north and south, make south a lesser priority?
I would support that.
I think everybody would support that. So.
I guess the question I would have is, do we want to actually assign it numbers? I mean, it sounds like.
Yes.
We're talking about number 4 for the north section, and
Right.
then maybe 2 be determined on the south section?
Right, number 4 for the north section, and then,
I would put south at the bottom of the list, but that is divorced from the economic development potential of that.
Yeah, I
I'm still
wouldn't
thinking
do
about
that.
transportation.
I wouldn't do that.
Well, and if I could just highlight the two other comments I had from you all from earlier in this section were to move the New Hampshire Avenue BRT up in priority, given its multi-jurisdictional impact and potential to strengthen the East County economy and connectivity there. And then also to move the I-270 transit corridor connectors up in priority, given years of commitments made to the communities served by the connectors.
And soon we'll be levitating, because you can't move everything
Right.
up and still be on the ground.
Yeah, that's why I wanted to make sure that was part of the conversation.
May I suggest an option for the I-270 transit corridors? I got to get used to not saying CCT. And that is just to make the observation that the expectation of the citizenry has really been raised and never satisfied in actually, I would say almost 30 years. I said 20 years before, but I think this goes back to the mid-90s. And I think that's the major concern with that particular item and its potential to support what the county is saying is this really important economic engine with the health industries in the health sciences area. And maybe we don't move it on the list, but just make that as a point.
There you go. I think that's the way to do it, because it's also the most, one of those projects that's subject to the Federal Infrastructure Act, if we can ever get our act together on our,
Yes.
I don't know where the design is enough on that to know whether we can apply, but I think that's a good idea. So we'll leave that one alone.
But you are agreeing to adding a comment about it
Yes.
as opposed to a reordering.
Yes.
And I definitely think when we review the CIP on the 23rd of February, that, we can have some representatives from DOT here, and we can specifically ask them about the work that's ongoing on the corridor connectors project. There's some early phases that are planned, so I think that might be helpful.
And do
I
you
think the issue here is that we're looking at projects that are very short term, with some that are medium term, and that I-270, like you're saying, there may be some initial steps going on now, but it's more of a long range, depends on federal, state funding. I mean, there's many stakeholders involved. So yeah, I agree with the comment.
And the New Hampshire Avenue, although it's a great idea, needs to advance further in planning, I would think, to go higher on the list, but.
Yeah, I would
Yeah.
say that number 5, number 7 are about at the same phase in project
Oh,
development.
5 to 7 are the same
5 and
phase?
7. I'm not really sure where
Yeah.
the park and ride expansion lies.
Well, then move it up above North Bethesda Transitway.
Flip them out. Flip them. Flip 5 for 7.
Yeah.
Okay?
One thing I will point out is that in the attachment D, the top 100 priorities, which was established by the previous planning board, the New Hampshire Avenue BRT was priority 21, and the North Bethesda Transitway was priority much further down the list. So 65 out of 100. So from a pure transportation, and even I would say from the planning board's perspective, previously, New Hampshire has always been more important.
See that? So we're,
Yes.
the prior planning
about
board had very good judgment. What can I tell you?
Just an idea, is it useful to combine MD 355 South with the North Bethesda Transitway, since it kind of services the same area?
I think they're such significantly different projects, and they have different, different investment needs. So I think they're fine where they are. And I'm not sure where we landed in terms of where South is
Where South,
relative
yeah.
to North Bethesda.
Well, I'll just say they're at very different stages of
Okay,
development.
it was just an idea. I was
All right,
thinking
so-
about it geographically.
So just split north and south and put south below north. Okay? I think that's about it. Does staff have enough?
The only other comment I noted was with the commuter rail expansion to emphasize the need to expand MARC capacity, not necessarily to change any of the prioritizations, but just to add that emphasis in there.
Good luck. Sure, sure.
I actually had another one, which was, we identified River Road as a state highway improvement, and I guess that could be seen as a pedestrian and bike improvement. But I think, the reality is that this is a request to SHA. And
Exactly.
it's a corridor before it's a place for bike facilities.
Yeah.
So that's why it's on the state highway
Yeah,
list.
they would like it more in this category than the other categories.
Yes.
So it's more likely to get funded in this category, so it's okay. All right, I think if staff has enough guidance.
Do you have adequate sense of writing the comment about the I-270 transit corridor?
Yeah, what I have in here now, and we're making edits to the transmittal letter because council staff wants to include this in the packet they're posting today. So,
have to sign this today.
so that's why we're trying to. So what I have in here now is that the comment from the board is to emphasize the importance of the I-270 transit corridor connectors and the years of commitments made to the community served by the connectors and the county's emphasis on the life sciences industry.
Sounds good?
Okay, all right,
Okay.
we're good? Thank you very much.
Yeah.
A tough presentation all over the map.
All right, thank you very much, we appreciate it.
Council, do we need a motion to support a recommendation letter, or is this discussion adequate?
This works.
Okay.
Okay, if it works, it works. Do we have to pause to go to the next item? Yes, we do. We're pausing. Good morning. It's still January 19th, 2023. We are on item 6 of the Planning Board agenda, the Great Seneca Plan, Connecting Life Sciences, Existing Conditions, and I'll turn it over to staff.
Thank you and good morning. For the record, I'm Marin Hill with the Mid-County Master Plan team, and we're here to present an update on the Great Seneca Plan, Connecting Life and Science. During the presentation, we're going to share the progress to date on this plan, as well as some highlights from the existing conditions report, which was shared in full with the Planning Board as part of their packet, and a snapshot of our community engagement work, as well as next steps in the plan. So I just wanted to start with what a master plan is and what it means to do. Master plans in their essence are creating a vision for the future with specific recommendations that help implement that vision. They seek to engage the community by bringing stakeholders together, fostering dialogue about the future that will ultimately help define a community vision. Through master plans, we analyze and prepare land use and zoning recommendations, as well as prepare recommendations on transportation, infrastructure, environmental assets, community facilities that will serve as a guide to the future of development. That is what a master plan is, but there are many things that a master plan can't do, such as ensure that redevelopment or reinvestment occurs, bring specific retailers or commercial uses to an area, revoke existing approvals, or require adjacent property owners to consolidate land or fund capital improvements. As the Planning Board heard last week during the update on Thrive Montgomery 2050, these master plans relate with other county plans. The general plan, Thrive 2050, sets high-level policy guidance and land use priorities for all master plans. And nested under the general plan are functional and county-wide plans that usually cover the whole county or are organized around a specific theme, like the pedestrian master plan. Master plans are usually area plans that cover specific geography and make recommendations just for that area. Studies and guidelines and studies that are nested under the master plans look at current conditions, offer additional recommendations and strategies to foster future stewardship of Montgomery County's natural and built environment and its communities. Studies can be thematic, geographic-based, or both. Guidelines and standards typically address urban design or detailed planning scenarios following guidance from master plans. So it's kind of like that Russian nesting doll of how they influence one another. An example of this is the urban design guidelines that frequently accompany master plans. And all of these inform our development review process, which is really the implementation of the master plan and general plan vision, goals, and recommendations. So while master plans and the recommendations are guided by these other plans that I just mentioned, they're also additionally informed through the master plan process. Planners incorporate expert analysis such as current conditions, market forces, best practices, as well as guiding policies, as well as things like community input, the wants and needs of the community, their lived experience from day to day in the plan area. And combine that with outside expert consultation, which could be research studies, market analysis, transportation modeling, as well as coordination and collaboration with our partner agencies throughout the county and the state. And all of these things we take and mix together and kind of balance out to create our recommendations. Now, bear with me. I know this is a long and wordy slide, but I wanted to share this because the master plan process is really quite long. It's a multi-year process, and it begins with the county council adding an item to our work program. From there, the planners begin pre-scope of works, beginning connecting with community members and doing initial data collection, and then present a scope of work to the planning board, which is approved and says, this is what we're hoping to look at and study over the next couple years. Then the next phase of the plan is really the largest phase. It's the visioning and the analysis phase, and as you'll see on the next slide, that's the phase that we're currently in this plan. And that is doing really the robust community engagement and outreach, but it's also doing all of our data collection and analysis, some of which you'll be able to see in the existing conditions report that you received. From there, plans move into preliminary recommendations, which will go to the board and also go back to the community because it's a reflection to the community. Did we hear what you told us? Are we getting this right? Are there things that we're missing? And it's an opportunity for our agency partners as well as the planning board to make additional recommendations. The working draft is the first time that the planning board really sees a full draft of the plan and can make changes and comments before the planners submit a public hearing draft. And that's really when the community has their first opportunity to talk to the board directly and give their comments on the existing draft in the form of a public hearing. After that, the planning board holds work sessions and really gets into making their changes and the nitty-gritty of the plan details. And once they're satisfied, transmits that to the county executive for comments and to the county council so that they can go through their own review and work session process. Finally, once the county council approves and adopts a master plan, it's implemented both, as I mentioned, through our development review process as developments come in, but also by our agency partners such as MCDOT, as you heard with the letter in the last item. So just wanted to run through that briefly so you could see where we are in this process. We're still relatively at the beginning of this process. We began our pre-scope of work in February of last year, and the board adopted or approved a scope of work for us in May 2022. We're currently in that visioning and analysis phase, which, as I mentioned, is the bulk of the plan time, and it ran from spring of last year, and we expect it to go through spring of this year. And as I mentioned, that's really the large part of our community engagement is during this time. We anticipate being able to bring preliminary recommendations to the board in this spring, late this spring. So that is also to say we do not have any recommendations to share today, just background information. And then in the summer or late fall, we expect to bring our working draft and anticipate planning board hearing to come in the fall of 2023. Work sessions to follow, and we expect the plan to be approved and adopted by summer of 2024. So that's just where we are in our timeline. So now that we've talked a little bit about the master plan process and where we are in that process, I just wanted to take a moment to discuss how we got to this plan specifically. This plan, the Great Seneca Plan, is an amendment to the 2010 Great Seneca Science Corridor Master Plan. And the 2010 Great Seneca Science Corridor Master Plan was approved and adopted in 2010. This master plan really created a blueprint for the area as a biotechnology, healthcare, and higher education hub. In addition to supporting a medical center, the Adventist Healthcare Shady Grove Medical Center, research facilities, and academic institutions like the universities at Shady Grove. There are private companies. The plan imagined an array of services and amenities that would serve residents, workers, and visitors to the area. The vibrant live-work community would be serviced not just by an extensive trail system, but also by a gridded street system and a high-quality transit system as well in the form of the Quarter Cities Transit Way, also known as the CCT. The CCT was the cornerstone of this vision, really connecting internally the life science hub, but also connecting it externally to the existing transportation network, as well as residential communities in the area. The CCT was also the centerpiece of staging requirements that were established in this 2010 plan. These staging requirements seek to address the timing of development and provision of key public facilities and amenities. They seek to ensure the delivery of infrastructure and services that would support future development and minimize negative impacts. However, With the stalled implementation of the CCT in 2019, the County Council added 2 additional items to the Montgomery Planning's work program: a technical amendment to evaluate the staging requirements of this 2010 plan, and as well as a transit plan to examine existing planned and potential transit options to serve the communities along I-270, including the Corridor Cities Transitway. Upon this request, Montgomery Planning initiated the Great Seneca Science Corridor Minor Master Plan and Corridor Forward, the I-270 Transit Plan. Corridor Forward was approved by the council in April of 2022, and this plan, as you heard a little bit, re-envisions the Corridor Cities Transitway from a single fixed route to a network of dedicated bus lanes called the Corridor Connectors. The Corridor Connectors are designed to serve each of the activity centers that were previously served by the CCT, but they do so in a way that's more efficient, equitable, and frankly, realistic to build. And then the Great Seneca Science Corridor Minor Master Plan Amendment, which was the technical amendment to the 2010 plan, was approved by the council in November of 2021. This amendment adjusted the staging requirements of the 2010 plan just slightly, acknowledging that the current staging was not meeting its intended goals. But the amendment also recommended pursuing a more comprehensive amendment to the 2010 plan that would comprehensively evaluate the 2010 plan recommendations, staging, and the process. The Great Seneca Plan is this comprehensive amendment to the 2010 plan. So just to quickly recap, why are we doing this plan? We're doing it to incorporate recently approved countywide initiatives and policies like Thrive Montgomery 2050 and others like Vision Zero. We're also doing it to examine the departures and barriers from the 2010 plan and address those departures and barriers. We are also incorporating the new planned infrastructure and or recommended infrastructure such as the Corridor Cities Transitways into our recommendations, and incorporating new emerging issues and trends. I like to think of when the 2010 plan was passed, smartphone use was at a minimum. There was not really widespread Uber, Lyft, or telework for that matter. So looking at these emerging trends and issues and incorporating them into our recommendations. So where exactly is this plan? It's in the heart of the I-270 corridor. It borders the Inter-County Connector as well as MD 355, Rockville Pike, and it's adjacent to the Mark Brunswick line, including one of the stations. And it's an archipelago, as we were saying, of different areas. It's not a contiguous plan area. So as you can see here, it includes the area that is outlined in gray and in white. So it includes the Quince Orchard neighborhood, as well as the Seneca State Park, the National Institute of Standards and Technology, which is that blob in the middle, and the Londonderry Apartments, which are across I-270 in that middle area. And as well as these dots of neighborhoods on the right side of your screen on the east that are separated by the city of Gaithersburg. City of Gaithersburg is shown on the map in yellow, and it takes up about 10 square miles right in the middle of the plan area. And in pink is the city of Rockville, which borders the plan area to the east. And then that small area at the top that is in orange is the town of Washington Grove. So despite the fact that we have this very large plan area, we're really going to be focusing in on what we creatively call the focus area, which is just that eastern side of the plan area. And it includes the neighborhoods of Rosemont, Oakmont, and Walnut Hill, as well as the Washingtonian industrial and residential areas, and and the Life Science Center. And the reason that we're focusing on this area is that it's where we've seen the most newly approved or built development. It's also adjacent to important commercial centers such as the Rio Lakefront and Downtown Crown, which are in the city of Gaithersburg. And it contains roadways with planned major infrastructure, as well as neighborhoods that are potentially affected by concurrent municipal plans. But again, that Russian nesting doll, although we have a focus area, many of our recommendations are going to be related to the Life Science Center, which was the focus of the 2010 plan, and it's the only area that's subject to the staging requirements of the 2010 plan. It is a life science and medical employment and research hub and very important economic driver for the county. It's the site of most of the new construction that new housing construction that we've seen in the area, and it's the part that really, the part of the plan that really departs the most from the 2010 plan vision. And as you can see here, it includes the universities at Shady Grove, as well as Adventist Healthcare Medical Center, and as well as many private businesses and multifamily apartment buildings. So let's see. With that, I would like to shift to highlights from our existing conditions report. As I mentioned previously, the board received a copy of the full existing conditions report in their packet just for reference, but we'll just be focusing on the most salient points or the high points. And who lives here? Although the area, as I said, is primarily known for the institutions and the life science industry that are located here, the plan area is home to nearly 16,000 people that comprise almost 7,000 households. The area's population has grown dramatically since the year 2000 with an increase of 40%, nearly double that of the county rate over the same period of time. And on average, these households are both smaller and have significantly lower median income than the county as a whole. The racial and ethnic diversity of the plan area is consistent with the county, with a slightly lower white population and a slightly larger Asian population than the county as a whole. And by comparison, there are some key differences between the plan area and surrounding cities. The city of Rockville has a slightly higher share of white residents and a smaller share of Black or African-American residents. And the city of Gaithersburg has a notably larger share of Hispanic and Latino residents and a smaller share of white residents. The four top languages in our plan area are Spanish, Chinese, including both Mandarin and Cantonese, Korean, and French. And the area, as I mentioned previously, has a slightly younger but similar age profile to Montgomery County as a whole, with a larger share of 20 to 34-year-olds. And while the growth in this age group and the plan area between 2010 and 2020 has been limited, there was a net loss in that age group for Rockville, Gaithersburg, and the county as a whole. So it's very unique in its ability to draw younger residents in the county. Moving into land use and zoning, talking about what actually can be built here and what could be built here. The zoning outside of the life sciences, so you'll see this on several slides. On the left side is the plan area as a whole, and then there's another map that focuses in on the Life Sciences Center. So the zoning outside of the Life Sciences Center is largely residential, as you can see, with a few notable successions, such as the commercial residential zoning at the Washingtonian residential that lies between downtown Crown and Rio, as well as the industrial and manufacturing in the northwest, in the northeast part of the plan in the Washington Industrial Park along Shady Grove Road. In the LSZ zone is mainly zoned, or the Life Sciences Center is primarily zoned LSC zone. And the primary purpose of this LSC or Life Sciences Center zone is to promote research, academic, and clinical facilities that advance the life sciences, healthcare services, and applied technologies. Residential uses are also a limited use in these zones. And in the LSC zone, the currently, the floor area ratio is 1.5. And what that means is floor area ratio is really a measurement of development density. Higher floor area ratios, or FARs, mean that there's more dense development is allowed on the property site. FAR is the ratio of gross floor area of a building to the area of the property on which it is located. So I think this is a helpful slide that Aaron made that shows if you had the 1.5 FAR, if you see in that first 100% lot coverage, you would get all of the lot covered and then 50% more. So it's a 2-story and then flat. A 50% lot coverage could look like 3 stacked half of the site. And then 25%, you see that it kind of moves down and down. So one of the benefits of higher FARs is it can provide greater space for other things such as open space or other amenities on a site. And so let's see. So then what is here? This is a land use map. So we just saw a zoning map. And with the land use map, you can see that the western portion of the plan area that includes Seneca Creek State Park, which is nearly 1,800 acres, is that very green area on the western part. And then you also see the single-family detached neighborhood homes in Quince Orchard neighborhood, right next to the park. The center area includes the National Institutes of Technology and these multifamily homes that I mentioned as the Londonderry apartments. And then the focus area is a mix of single-family detached homes in Walnut Hill, Oakmont, and Rosemont neighborhoods. And then if we look at the Life Sciences Center, which you can see at larger, it's dominated by both institutional and research and development uses. And that includes, again, the universities at Shady Grove and Adventist Healthcare, Shady Grove Medical Center. However, the Life Sciences Center area also includes over 3,500 dwelling units and nearly 215,000 square feet of retail.
Check your map. You've got it looks to me like you've got the University of Shady Grove as parking and transportation.
Yes, you are correct. For some reason in our GIS, this is how it's showing up. But yes, you are correct that is actually the universities at Shady Grove, that gray blob that is, they would say, much more than parking and transportation.
I think.
Yes. I think they would definitely, you would have their support. So in terms of total zoning, the total zoning capacity that was established by the 2010 plan for the Life Sciences Center is approximately 17 million square feet of non-residential development and 9,000 dwelling units. So that's what could potentially be built if everyone built to the max of what they were allowed. However, to date, there are currently just over 8 million square feet of non-residential development, as well as 2.5 million square feet of approved but unbuilt capacity. So that's capacity that has been approved by the board in the form of a preliminary plan, but has not yet been constructed, which leaves over 6 million square feet of unallocated development capacity, which could be applied for. And one of the things that we've seen in this area is that there are many properties that received approvals many years ago, sometimes even 20 or more years ago, that due to extensions both given for individual sites, but as well as blanket extensions given by the council for things like the 2009 recession and COVID, among others, that they still have valid approvals even though they have had these approvals for a long time. So we do see a bit of that in this approved but unbuilt capacity. And with that, I would like to turn it over to Lisa Gavoni to talk about housing.
Thank you, Maureen. Good morning, Planning Board. For the record, my name is Lisa Gavoni with Countywide Planning and Policy. I'm going to have a very brief overview of housing in the plan area. Next slide. So one of the interesting things about housing in the Great Seneca Plan area is that it has a greater mix of housing types than the county as a whole. If you look at this bar chart, you'll see that almost 1 out of 2 unit in the county is a detached unit. But when you look at the plan area, that number shrinks to around 24%. and over 60% of the housing units in this plan area are in multifamily structures, either in buildings with 2 to 19 units, so garden-style apartment buildings, or high-rises or mid-rises with 20 or more units. Next slide. One of the other remarkable things about this plan area that happened in 2022, last year, is that the rents here surpassed the county's rents. In 2022, they were about 2,100 in the Great Seneca Master Plan area and about 2,000 on average in the county. So still high, close, but I think it's important to note that this is becoming an area of increased popularity to live. And we note that because when we look at the vacancy rate, it's down to 2.5% last year, and that's very, very low. Usually a healthy vacancy rate is between 5 and 7%. The closer you get to 5 and even under it, showing that you have a supply-constrained market and that there's room and that there's demand to build more housing here. And the county at the same time also has a low vacancy rate, around 4.2, so that also shows, but I think it's showing the popularity of this area for housing. And then finally, this area is well served by affordable housing. I've worked on a lot of master plans, and I would say that this area has probably one of the greatest mixes of affordable housing in the county. About almost 1 out of every 4 unit in the plan area is an affordable housing unit at 19%. Most of the affordable housing is through the low-income housing tax credit, which we talked about last week, but it's a state-funded, state-administered, federally funded program that helps cover tax credits. But there's also other affordable housing units. There's, project-based Section 8. HOC has a lot of property here that they finance through their bonds to create affordability. But one of the other things that I think that's important to know, and I'll end on this, is the plan has been really successful at creating housing. We talk about its success at building life sciences and becoming a hub. But with that life sciences also came a decent amount of housing. And because of that new housing, we're able to get moderately priced dwelling units. We're able to get inclusionary zoning units that help create affordability in the plan area. So I'll turn it over to Bilal.
Can I ask a question about that? Because I want to match something up, and this is just an experience-based observation, which is it seems to me that the number of multifamily units has created market-based affordability in this area, and that's probably why the age demographic you observed exists, because people coming into their professional careers don't make salaries that can afford, the housing in Gaithersburg and Rockville around this, which is quite expensive. And it seems to me those things are coalescing here. Is that a reasonable observation?
Sure, I think that's a great trend to point out. I think one of the things this plan does is it has a lot of older, naturally occurring or market rate affordable housing, as you pointed out, which provides housing opportunities for the people that live here. I think one of the things that we have heard is there's not enough for the hub, the life science hub. There's not enough affordable housing, entry-level market rate. And certainly there is a decent amount of new housing here, which is more expensive, that I think you're creating this kind of like bifurcated rental market where we're seeing kind of both things existing. But we will look at opportunities to kind of, preserve what's there and to expand housing opportunities through the plan area as we work vision with the community.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Lisa. I'm Bilal Ali with the Research and Strategic Projects Division. I'll be talking a little bit about employment in the area and the real estate market as well. So this first slide, you can see clearly, and it's a really fascinating finding, is that the plan area and adjacent, which we sort of define to be the contiguous boundary of the plan area, so including parts of Rockville and Gaithersburg, the total private employment in this area has increased by 28% since 2010, whereas the rest of the county actually lost employment. So that's a major difference. There's clearly, we know that the life science industry is here, it's growing, and it's driving sort of divergent trends in employment within this plan area compared to the rest of the county, and that's a strength that we definitely want to highlight. If you look in the next slide, you can see where some of this employment comes from, and it's interesting that our private employment was increasing by 28%. Actually, the largest employers in this area are federal institutions and labs. The largest private employer is a life sciences firm, BioReliance. And so you can sort of see the picture painting of the kinds of employees that we have here, more scientific oriented, and again, dominated by the life science industry, certainly in the private sector. We don't have a slide in this particular deck, but what a really great finding that we came across, actually my colleague Ben Kraft pulled, was that between 2010 and 2021, the private employment specifically, so not employment at NIST or any of the other government agencies that you see here, but specifically within the subsector of research and development and manufacturing employment for life sciences specifically, the contiguous plan area saw a doubling of employees in that category. So it went from roughly 4,500 to nearly 9,000. In the same time period, those jobs increased by 10% countywide. And so now the plan area has nearly, twice as many employees in this subsector than the county overall. And so this is clearly a concentration of the life sciences industry, and there's some evidence that the life science industry is actually consolidating in this area as well. And that actually dovetails nicely with the real estate market. And I'm going to focus a little bit on commercial real estate here, and specifically office. And the reason is because we have such a concentration of life science businesses, they're actually sort of affecting the trends we see in office overall. It's actually hard to pinpoint the exact amount of life sciences development in this area because it tends to be subsumed under the office category. But as you can see in these charts, there are divergent trends in office rents and vacancy in this area, specifically the life sciences area, and even the submarket with which it's a part of, the Rockville-Gaithersburg office submarket. So you can see that rents have increased dramatically to be over $35, which is consistent with what we know is the going rate for life science labs. ARE, Alexandria Real Estate, charges approximately $45 per square foot, so this is right in that range. And you can see also that the vacancy rate has fallen, and including since the COVID-19 pandemic, which we know had undermined the viability of traditional office, and yet the trend is on the down, declining here in terms of vacancy. Next slide, please. This slide just sort of emphasizes those points. So on the bottom, we have absorption, which is leasing activity, and you can see there was net positive leasing activity in the life sciences area and the office market in most years, and that contrasts with the submarket that it's a part of and the county. But interestingly, the other sort of aspect that's driving down the vacancy rate is the relative lack of development for life sciences or office specifically. There are reasons for that, but again, the lack of deliveries plus the net increase in absorption or leasing activity is driving the vacancy rate down. So what's relevant to the plan? Well, we actually tried to square these findings with the industry, so business experts or life science businesses, and then real estate experts with expertise in life science development specifically. We held those focus groups in October, and what we found, sort of the highlights are summarized here. This region, relative to other top-tier firms, so that caveat is important, this is a top-tier market for life sciences, it's got less venture capital funding. So places like Boston, San Diego, San Francisco, they just have a greater presence of VC in their area, and that leads to things like a lot of our firms having corporate headquarters there so they can continue to access rounds of capital, which can undermine the talent recruitment for businesses in this area sometimes because younger professionals are more inclined to go to places like Boston, San Diego. The other impact of the relatively low amount of VC funding in this particular region is that we have a lack of smaller lab space, which we heard from businesses is a major sort of a gap in the market. There are a lot of startups, a lot of places that need small spaces they can sort of grow into. But because of the lack of VC funding, not a lot of real estate developers are necessarily comfortable developing those kinds of spaces because there's a lot of risk. One thing we heard from the real estate industry is that they sort of see themselves as a venture capital type extension themselves because they have to consider the risk profile of the businesses that they're leasing to and what their burn rate is and whether they're going to survive in the coming years. We also have seen in this area, I didn't point it out, but there have been office to lab conversions. And that's an interesting opportunity. But again, our real estate expert says there's probably a cap on the viability of that. just because of the sort of viability of some buildings converting to labs. But also more broadly, while the life science industry is growing and an important one to the county, it's only going to be able to solve the problem of traditional office vacancies so much. We're not really going to eat into all of it. We're still going to have vacant offices presumably in the future. And so the life science industry is not necessarily a solution to that problem. The other thing, though, that we did learn, what's the strength of this place in particular is the access to 270, is the amount of housing, the convenience, the quality of life. But, you know, it's not necessarily the Great Seneca Plan itself. I mean, Alexandria Real Estate will charge $45 square foot for labs in Germantown, just like they will in this Great Seneca Plan area. And so that suggests that while there is a concentration and consolidation of life science industry here, there's still an opportunity to sort of plan for some more urbanized space and meet some of the additional demand that businesses express, like having a little more of a live, work, play type environment for their employees. So we should consider all of that in the plan.
Can I ask you just a quick clarifying question on that last slide? On the third bullet,
Yeah.
you used the word cap, and to me, a cap is a regulatory action that is proactive, and what you really mean is an upward boundary that's going to naturally happen. Correct?
Yes, yeah, that's just the limit on how much how many traditional office buildings can be converted to labs. Yeah, we can sort of fix that language.
All right, thank you.
Yeah.
And just for the record, we don't have a venture capital funding zone.
No.
Yeah,
not that
so,
I'm aware
I
of.
mean, those, you're getting into some things that, you know, will take financing beyond what you're going to be able to do in a master plan. But go ahead.
Thank you.
For the record, Aaron Savage, urban designer for the Mid-County Division Master Plan team. So today I'm going to talk to you about the urban design existing conditions analysis for the Great Seneca Plan. So I'll just preface and say that the majority of our urban design analysis is going to heavily focus on the Life Science Center, which you could see here in this map. The original 2010 plan actually separated this area into districts, 5 of them, which are shown here in different colors. So the first one is going to be LLC North, which is shown in that yellow area. This actually consists mostly of mixed-use developments constructed in the last year with apartments as well as retail on the ground floor level. LLC South, which you can see in that green color, this is home to the Universities of Shady Grove, not just parking lots, and the Treville Village Shopping Center, as well as a new biotech facility that's going to include a park as well. LLC Central is shown in that purple area. So this is home to the large life science health-related companies such as the Adventist Healthcare Hospital, as well as the National Cancer Institute. And then LLC West, which you can see in the blue color, that is home to a small retail shopping center as well as townhomes. It's also home to the former Public Safety Training Academy, which is going to be redeveloped into multifamily rental units, townhomes, as well as activated public spaces and a small retail store. And then finally, Bellward, which is that reddish-orange color. This is currently home to a historic farmhouse as well as undeveloped farmland. And this is also eventually going to be redeveloped into additional life science uses that include a large public park along Muddy Branch Road towards the west. So in terms of the urban form of this area, as you can see here on the map on the left, challenges like really large blocks, which are shown here outlined in black, specifically in the LSC Central District, inhibit the walkability of this area, also the connectivity and the possibility for active street frontages for buildings. One of the largest blocks that's worth noting is over 2,500 feet long, which is extremely long block that really doesn't facilitate any sort of walkability. The map on the right is showing surface parking lots within the LSC area, and surface parking lots limit the possibility for a lot of things such as active green space, as well as contributing to the heat island effect. And their imperviousness also contributes to water runoff as well. So it's worth noting that, it's okay. 26% or 164 acres of this particular area is covered in surface parking lots. In comparison, only about 5% of all urban areas in the US are covered in surface parking lots. So there's obviously a really large concentration here that I think we need to do something about. So This slide, we're showing a scale comparison of the Life Science Center on top of Washington, D.C., as well as Cambridge, Massachusetts. The first one on the left is going to be Washington, D.C., and I feel like this is important. A lot of us are obviously familiar with D.C., but you can just sort of see the scale and how massive this area is. It basically goes from the National Mall past DuPont and Logan Circle. So it is just an enormous area. And the map on the right is showing Cambridge, Massachusetts. Cambridge is actually one of the largest life science clusters in the US. And when you overlay the LSC roads on top of it, you can just really see the scale and how much smaller their block sizes are compared to ours. The average block size in Cambridge is around 500 feet long, and compared to one of the longest in ours, which is about 2,500 feet long. So it is quite a big difference. So now I'm going to pass it off to Chuck, and he's going to talk about parks.
Thank you, Aaron. Chuck Hines with the Parks Department, Park Planning and Stewardship, for the record. What I'm going to talk about today are the existing parks in the plan area and around the plan area, and also talk about sort of the approach for park planning. What is park planning? Park planners look at the distribution of parks. We want to make sure that the right parks are in the right places with the right amenities and facilities, and also ensure that people have access to these parks and that the parks are equitably distributed as much as we can. We are guided by the PROS 2022 plan, which was adopted by the board or approved by the board back in June. It's brand new. It's also guided by Thrive 2050, and it's informed by what we call the Energized Public Spaces Functional Master Plan analysis tool, which you'll see on the next slide. So what I want to talk about here on this first slide is the distribution of parks. The way we view parks is commission parks. We're primarily focused on commission parks because that's what the planning board has control and authority over. But we also want to look at how different plan areas are served by other parks and open spaces. So what you see here in red is the outline of the plan area. There are not many commission parks in the plan area. However, that being said, this plan area is well served by parkland in general, whether it be state parkland, municipal parks in the city of Rockville or Gaithersburg in the town of Washington Grove, but there is not much commission parkland in this area. The commission parkland that is in this area is either undeveloped or underdeveloped, and what I mean by that is, the land is sitting undeveloped, not vacant, as some people would call it. We call it undeveloped. Some of it is intentional for natural resource and stewardship purposes, but some of it has some potential for new development, and we'll get into that later in the plan. But what I wanted to talk about on the next slide is the Energized Public Spaces Functional Master Plan analysis tool. So this is the tool that we use to sort of analyze supply, demand, level of service for the plan area. And what I want to draw your attention to primarily is the map on the right, which is showing deficits, what we used to call deficits. They're now called experience improvement areas. These are areas that we feel need either additional parks or additional open space or active social or contemplative experience improvements. So what our level of service analysis in this area shows preliminarily is that there's a need for rectangular athletic fields, pickleball courts, community gardens, dog parks, skate parks, cricket fields, and volleyball courts. And what we strive to achieve is a balance of active, social, and contemplative experiences. Contemplative experiences are primarily nature-based experiences, but could also be in an urban park, a place that you go to relax and soak in nature. So that's all I have. I'm going to hand it off to Alex to talk about transportation.
Good morning. For the record, Alex Rixey, Transportation Planner with the Mid-County Division. Just want to give a characterization of the existing conditions regarding transportation in the area. Starting off with the existing roadways, in the Life Sciences Center, the area is generally characterized by wide, multi-lane roadways. As Aaron noted earlier, long distances between intersections, and you can see that the buildings are separated from the street by surface parking lots. Treville Gateway Drive on the bottom left is one exception to that general trend. You see the retail fronting the street, narrower two-lane roadway. On the next slide, I just want to really emphasize, again, the large blocks, and especially from the pedestrian experience, thinking about protected crossings. Protected crossings are places where vehicular traffic is controlled, either by a full signalized intersection or an always stop controlled intersection. And the chart on the left is showing in the dashed lines the maximum protected crossing spacing specified by the Complete Streets Design Guide, which, depending on the context, ranges from 400 to 600 feet. And you can see that in the LSC area, the distances are much longer than that. There's one block where they would meet those specifications, but typical distances are much longer, up to 3,000, even 3,700 feet in one location. And again, just to drive that home, the central part of the LSC is about 275 acres, and within that whole area, there's only one protected crossing. So you can imagine the challenges in walking through such a large area. On the next slide, people commuting to the area. There are more than 20,000 people who commute daily to the Life Sciences Center, and many of those commutes cover long distances. So the yellowish-orange dots on the map show the estimated origins of trips to the Life Sciences Center, which is shown in the red outline. And the blue outline shows a 45-minute drive commute shed to the Life Sciences Center. So you can see a lot of long-distance trips. And I really want to make the comparison to the next slide of the 45-minute travel shed for transit, which is notably smaller, although you still have folks traveling relatively long distances by transit to reach the site as well. On the next slide, there are some efforts currently underway. I just wanted to highlight some of the things that are ongoing right now in the area to help to address this. MCDOT is advancing the Great Seneca Transit Network, targeting summer 2024, the last we heard, for opening these lines. This would be including a battery electric bus charging station at the Treville Transit Center. Some of this happening in dedicated right-of-way through the Life Sciences Center, and this would help to improve connectivity between the Life Sciences Center, neighboring areas, and then ultimately the Shady Grove Metro. And then last but not least, I wanted to highlight bicycle conditions in the area. The map on the right shows the level of traffic stress, which ranges from very, very low stress to higher moderate stress, shown in red. And there are some dedicated facilities, side paths in the area that create a low stress bicycling experience, but because of the large blocks and limited facilities within those areas, there are still some challenges in a lot of areas shown with high stress. And I just wanted to note that the Life Sciences Center Loop Trail is undergoing planning right now to help to provide additional low-stress bicycle connectivity.
Except if you're crossing Key West, it's high stress.
Yes, yeah, and I didn't emphasize that on the pedestrian piece either, but there are generally pretty comfortable sidewalks and side paths, but at the crossings, the stress is extremely high, so that's definitely something that we're going to be looking into.
Thank you.
With that, I'll turn it over to Steve Finley to talk about environmental issues.
Thank you, Alex. For the record, Steve Finley with the Mid-County Planning Division. We started with Thrive Montgomery 2050 that identifies several environmental priorities for our focus when we're working on master plans. 3 of these are long-standing issues that we've worked on for a long time: water quality, air quality, and the protection of biological diversity. Water quality and air quality obviously still need our attention in all of our master planning. There's an increased importance given to the preservation of biological diversity based on some studies that show some alarming trends in the loss of biological diversity nationally and internationally. But in addition to that, through Thrive, we've added several other areas of focus. Obviously, climate change is a major area of focus that we need to focus on, including our planning department's commitment to respond to the recommendations in the county's climate action plan, and also our new requirement under County Bill 3-22 to complete climate assessments for our master plans, including making recommendations for community resilience. In addition, we're focusing on 2 more closely related issues: human health and environmental justice. So following this guidance in Thrive, our environmental existing conditions analysis focuses on getting the data and background that we need to formulate master plan recommendations to address these issues. And I also want to note that many of these issues are very closely interrelated. Next slide, please. So one of the important things to note about the watersheds in the Great Seneca Plan area is that they all drain to the Potomac River upstream of the Potomac Water Filtration Plant, which is the major source of drinking water for Montgomery County. So focus on water quality in the plan area is very important. Also note that the Piney Branch Special Protection Area extends into the southern portion of the LSC South District. The county established special protection areas to protect areas of high water quality, and these areas have extra requirements for minimizing new impervious surfaces and controlling stormwater runoff. Next slide. We've also measured the forest and non-forest tree canopy coverage in the Great Seneca Plan area. Tree cover has been closely correlated with both water quality and air quality, and it's gained new importance for its role in sequestering carbon from the atmosphere and mitigating urban heat island effect by providing shade and evapotranspirational cooling, and also new evidence that there are a lot of benefits for human health. Next slide. There's a seam of uncommon bedrock called serpentinite that stretches into the LSC South, West, and Bellward districts. This kind of bedrock has chemical properties that create unique plant communities in the area, resulting in the occurrence of some rare, threatened, and endangered species. The Serpentine Barrens Park, just south of the Great Seneca Plan area, actually contains a plant community that has been deemed globally rare. Next slide. This slide shows the result of a heat mapping study that was performed just last August. The green areas are cooler, and then they transition to yellow, orange, and red as the surface temperatures increase. The hottest areas are correlated with large impervious surfaces, while cooler areas tend to have more tree cover. Just note in terms of human health effects that extreme heat events actually kill more people than any other weather-related events. So focus on hot areas in the plan, particularly as the climate tends to be warming, is an important thing to take care of. Next. Also new to our analysis is the use of the EJ Screen tool that's created by the United States Environmental Protection Agency to look at environmental justice issues. Certain health outcomes and other environmental quality of life issues in this tool have been correlated with demographic factors to identify where race, income, and opportunity overlap with disparities in outcomes that are associated with environmental factors. We're just learning to use this tool, but preliminary analysis from our first look shows that the Londonderry area along I-270 is more affected by several environmental justice issues than the rest of the Great Seneca Plan area. And now it goes back to Maren.
Thanks, Steve. Finally, we just wanted to touch on education in the area. As we mentioned, the universities at Shady Grove is located in this area, and I believe as Commissioner Hill had mentioned, the Montgomery County Community College of Germantown is not in the plan area, but just up the road from this area. In terms of public schools, you can see because of the unique geography of this plan area, there are many elementary, middle schools, and high schools from MCPS that serve the plan area. You can see their boundaries on the map. I think one of the things, there are two important things to note. One, all of these geographies, or I'm sorry, like boundaries for high schools are going to be shaken up and changed very soon with the addition of the Crown High School, which is right next to, if you can see where my mouse is on the map, yep, here it is, right below, or right next to the downtown Crown and adjacent to the Life Sciences Center. So that will shift everything around. And I think the one more important thing to note from an equity standpoint is the free and reduced meal service, which is used as a proxy for kind of income of students, and we call that the farms rate, is very different between these schools. So some of the schools, primarily those that feed into Wooten, have farms rates of 8%, whereas we see rates of over 65% for some of the other schools, especially those that are served by Gaithersburg High School. So just the disparities in income that these schools are serving. And that concludes
Can I stick in one thing there? Because it occurred to me that there might be a useful category here to put reserved school sites, and you mentioned the one at Bellward Farm. But I also happen to know a good chunk of Mattie Stepanek Park is reserved for a middle school, and a good chunk of Falls Grove Park is reserved for an elementary school. And those were all cited within the park items here, but it seems to me a distinctive feature of this particular area that there are so many reserve sites here that are yet to be utilized by the school system. And that it seemed to me to fit in that list of schools you have to say, and you mentioned, yeah, the high school system, that'll be felt all the way to Churchill as everything kind of moves over, right? And that comes to pass.
Yeah, I appreciate that. And part of our recurring meetings with MCPS that Jason Sartori leads is coordination about, needs and also potential existing holding sites or not yet utilized sites. So that will definitely play into our research and recommendations in the future as we move along with this plan. Finally, that concludes our existing conditions. And just to give a quick update on our community engagement, I wanted to outline just what our strategy is. You heard, the planning board heard a little bit about our strategy a few months ago when I came to give an update previously. But I just wanted to emphasize that our community strategy has really been meeting people where they are. And that means both physically, where their persons are, whether they're on their way to work or stopping to grab food at the grocery store or in their homes, to where they are in community. Where do they already gather? What are the organizations that are already serving the people in the plan area? And then informationally, everyone is coming to this process from a different point, from a different background of information, from different languages, from different abilities to interact with the planning department. So, for physically, we're looking at the ways that we're meeting people where they are is by door knocking, literally going and knocking on people's doors and saying, please tell us, what are your concerns? What are your needs? What do you want? And this effort, we've worked with everyday canvassing to knock on approximately 5,000 multifamily doors in the plan, in and adjacent to the plan area. We don't yet have that feedback yet, as you can imagine. It's a massive processing time for that, but expect to have it within the next couple weeks. We've done pop-ups, like I said, outside of grocery stores, Dunkin' Donuts, at events outside workplaces, and at the Manna Food Distribution site at universities at Shady Grove. We've put up yard signs throughout the plan area with an ability for people to text ideas, thoughts, both in Spanish and English, that will then show up on a virtual map. And people can also access that map and add comments through our website. And having online questionnaires or surveys that people can fill out from their homes. In community, we've worked with partner organizations to reach out to people. We had told you about our meeting with the Chinese Cultural and Community Service Center, but we have other organizations that we're partnering with as well. We've also hosted our own meetings, both virtually and in person, that people can attend, as well as focus groups, some of which Bilal touched on during his presentation, outreach to churches, and we're still looking for more ways to connect with people throughout that in community. Finally, informationally, as I said, we recognize that people are coming at this from different perspectives. We've offered translation on some of our materials when we're able to, as well as interpretation at meetings so far in Mandarin, and we will have one in Spanish. And we've produced educational materials. You can see a small little clip of it, and then videos as well, so that people can relate to the plan in different mediums and learn not just about the plan area, but greater planning themes that might not be familiar to them, such as the public realm or urban design. And with that, I would like to turn it over to Pamela to present what we've done so far.
Thank you, Maureen. For the record, my name is Pamela Nkwantebisa. I'm a graduate student at the University of Maryland, interning with Mid-County. And I must say, it's a great honor to be presenting to the board for the first time today. So as Maureen said, we have been in the community and we have met the people where they are, and we plan to continue this process as their feedback plays a major role in the process. And we have had a total of 4 visioning meetings, 2 in person and 2 virtual meetings, with each meeting having an attendance ranging between 10 and 40. To mention but a few, from these meetings, we had major concerns in transportation, and these concerns were mostly centered around traffic congestion, public transits, the frequency of public transits, and also the connections of these public transits, and lack of connectivity in the neighborhood. Some people also mentioned that there are a few sidewalks and bike lanes, and even with the few, most of them are uncomfortable to walk on or even ride on. With the urban development comments, most of them focused on having outdoor spaces for relaxation, and some of them also highlighted the need to improve the streetscape that I believe we have started with the complete streetscape design guidelines, and which I believe we will incorporate in the preliminary recommendations coming up. With the environment, we also received some comments on preserving the green spaces in the area, tree canopy, and also improving the water quality in the area. And with the parks and recreation, most of the respondents also shared the need to have parks with amenities in the area, amenities such as volleyball courts, tennis ball courts, and then pickleball, which was mentioned in almost all the meetings that we had, and also community gardens and a dog park. Next slide. So in ensuring equitable participation, we also have an active questionnaire, which we use at some of our pop-up events. And through this questionnaire, we have collected some demographic data for 97 respondents. And at the various visioning meetings, we did not collect demographic data, and we are relying on the data collected by Everyday Canvassing, which we have not received yet, but I believe we will receive soon. And so from the online questionnaire, majority of the respondents are Caucasian or white people, African American or Black, Hispanic or Latinx, Asian or Pacific Islander, and a few Native Americans, and others too from other ethnicities. Next slide. So we have heard from the community, and we continue to listen to the community. So some of the things that we've heard are, that the community public safety in the community seems to be on the rise now, where we've had people complaining about people being attacked here and there. And also we've had, to promote the rich culture of the place, some residents have suggested designing the place by putting public art to connect certain places in the community. Another attendant also shared the need to preserve some natural resources in the community. Another feedback that we received suggested that the need to have more green spaces and large parks with certain amenities like the volleyball courts, tennis courts, and then the pickleball. And we've also heard that the public transit in the area is not frequent, and certain residents find it very difficult to walk in their own neighborhoods and in their own communities. And with the entertainment aspects of it, most of the people have shared, one person actually shared that there should be a need to have a space where people can have festivals, fairs, and also farmers markets and pop-ups. And referencing some of the transportation concerns that have been mentioned in some of the meetings, One participant mentioned that there's a need to improve the transit frequency and connections. And lastly, we have heard that it would be nicer to actually have more housing density and also mixed-use housing in the area. Next slide, please. So as we continue to engage with the community, we have upcoming events, upcoming community meetings with the Chinese Culture and Community Service Center, a meeting at the universities at Shady Grove. We also have a meeting with Identity upcoming, and we plan to launch another online feedback tool in addition to what we already have, which is the online survey, and also we have a React map, which has already been launched. So we plan to do this to collect more feedback from the community. Thank you, and I would like to turn it over to Marin.
Just one thing, it looks like thank you for the presentation. It looks like from your online survey that you are short on representation from the Asian community, which is something that it looks like you're going to get further on. I think it's 16 or 17% Asian in the area, and you were less than 10 or something.
I think it's actually even closer to 20%, and that's why we think that there's not one single outreach strategy that is right for everyone. So that's why we're trying to cover all our bases. And I think, as we'll see, and we hope to later on present a more full community engagement report when we have additional information, but it'll be interesting to see where we get representation from different demographic groups and what type of strategy is the best to reach them. So now we are nearing the end. Yay. Just to say, this again is where we are in the process. So what our next steps are continuing those, the community outreach and engagement, and beginning to work on our preliminary recommendations, which we hope to have, as I said, by kind of April, May timeline to present to the board. And part of the engagement strategy will also be, as I said, going back to the community with our preliminary recommendations to make sure that we're hearing people and that they feel heard and they can see the direct connection between what their conversations have been with us and the preliminary recommendations, as well as, that balance of including the consultant work that we've had, particularly in transportation, and the research that everyone on our team has done. And I know it can be a little, and this is needs to be slid up, but I know it can be a little difficult to have all of these people presenting, but I really did want to show that it is a team effort and that we have a lot of people, even some who did not present today, who have really contributed to this massive effort, not just in the content of the information, but really in the community outreach and engagement, which has been a great experience for this master plan, people going out and literally doing the door knocking, staffing the pop-ups, and being at these community meetings. So with that, I want to thank you, and that is the end of our presentation.
Thank you very much. Astounding presentation for an area that split up, and I probably walked every sidewalk within the district that you showed there, and I can tell you where it's dangerous or not if you ever want to know. But do anybody else have any comments? No? Seeing none? Seeing one.
Of course, right. I'd like to express a concern about patience with the development of this area. And here's where it comes from. So I've gotten concerned that we're in some ways losing mixed use and its related planning, right? And a lot of that has to do with the office market is soft, the retail market is soft, housing is booming. So we're tending, and I know I'll say I've been a commissioner in Rockville, and a lot of the office space in Rockville is all converting to housing. And that's because of the housing demand. But in the process, we're losing what I consider kind of be the three-legged stool nature of mixed use, right? Because two of those legs are getting shorter, one's getting longer, and the stool doesn't stand up anymore. And it strikes me with the Life Science Center particularly, it's going to take time for that really to come to fruition. And it seems like one of its major assets for the businesses involved is that density and proximity and the synergy that's happening among all these companies. But if we get if we respond, that is serious, and it's, that's a good part of what Thrive is about, right, is meeting the demand for people that want to come here. But this may not be a place to apply that, right, because we need to save the space to let that synergy happen in the life sciences centers. And just, responding to that demand and putting lots of housing components in what seems to be unutilized space will, in the longer term, damage that effect that we're after. And I just want to make sure that that's coming into the master planning processes cycle.
Yeah, I appreciate that comment. And I think that what we've seen is that, because this area is particularly strong with that office market that Bilal talked about, we're not seeing conversions or attempts to convert to housing as much as some other areas of the county are, because it is so strong. And Bilal had also mentioned Alexandria Real Estate Equities Company, which is the largest property owner in the Life Sciences Center, and they have more plans that I think will be coming before the board that are for life science expansion, life science office and lab expansion as well. And I think that, we have heard from people the need for more housing, and we have seen that there is this, the vacancy rates are extremely low in this area, and the rents are higher than the county, overall for housing. One thing I think that we have noted as a team is that, there is space for very limited retail, but that is not a focus of our plan either, because of nearby strong retail such as Falls Grove and Rockville, downtown Crown, and these adjacent areas that really, both from an analysis perspective, but also from an anecdotal resident perspective, the office workers and the residents use. So they're like, they don't need the same mix, within the plan area, because they have it within the region, and people don't live their lives according to our boundaries, thank goodness. But I think that, we do see the promotion and the support of the office and lab space in the area as an important, very important component of this plan.
Yeah, and just one more peculiarity of lab space that I'm aware of, and that is that security of lab spaces is becoming a bigger issue within industry. And that may have a little bit of effect of what the built environment that they find most desirable is. And of course, you mentioned water quality on the environmental thing. How do you deal with the water quality coming out of these places that are dealing with hazardous things is another peculiarity of that life science lab process.
On that happy note, Commissioner Presley, you had your hand up for a while. Did you want to say something?
They answered my question.
Excellent. Okay, I thank you for the presentation. Like I said, fascinating. I can't say I'm completely unfamiliar with this place, so I look forward to progress in the future. And thank you to my compatriots who I used to work with a million years ago. Thank you. Are we ready? No. We're live. This is a continuation of the morning session, January 19th, 2023, of the Montgomery County Planning Board. We are on item 7, Falkland North Preliminary Plan Amendment, Preliminary Plan 1, 2007 056B. And I'll turn it over to staff for a fast report on extending the validity period for this project.
Yes, sir. As I understand, we're behind schedule, so I'm going to go pretty fast, but let me know if I miss anything that is important for your decision. So good afternoon. For the record, Katie Mencarini in the Down County Division, presenting preliminary plan 12007-056B, Falkland North and Silver Spring. The applicant is requesting a 2-year extension of the preliminary plan validity period. As just a note here, the preliminary plan validity period expired on October 28, 2022. However, the applicant's application was accepted on September 22nd, 2022, so it's all good. Okay. Now, before we talk about this specific application, I'm just going to give a very quick refresher on what preliminary plan validity periods are. So first of all, it's the time in which an applicant has to record a plat. And that's really important because if it's not recorded within that time, the preliminary plan is null and void, and the applicant cannot move forward with their preliminary plan, site plans, they can't pull any permits, they have to start over, resubmit, pay all the fines, weekend again. Okay. So typically those are about 5 years for multi-phase projects, which this one is. Now, grounds for extensions are covered in the subdivision regs. One of the criteria that makes a application eligible for this is if there are delays by the government, so long as those delays aren't also being contributed by the applicant. So that's one big thing. Generally speaking, the other thing we need to keep in mind here is that you cannot extend a preliminary plan's validity period beyond the APF validity period for that project. So that's just something that's going to come up again and again with this application. Okay. You can extend it as many times as necessary as long as all of these grounds for extensions are met each time. Now let's talk about the specific application. So here we have a site. This is located in the northwest quadrant of the Silver Springs Central Business District. Specifically, this is located at the northeast corner of 16th Street and East-West Highway. This is part of a multi-site, multi-phase project called the Falklands collectively, but this is specifically Falkland North. What you're going to see here is as I mentioned, we have 16th Street to the west and East-West Highway to the south. We also have a lot of transit infrastructure to the east. We do have trails, but that's next. So we've got the purple line, we've got the red line, we've got the Capitol Crescent Trail alignment. There's a lot of stuff going on. If at some point you still haven't figured out where we are, we have the Elizabeth Square pool and a aquatic center and multi-residential building here, so that hopefully everyone's oriented. And so we have a 9.77 acre property. It's zoned CR3, C 7.75, R3, H45T, and it is subject to this 2022 Silver Spring Downtown and Adjacent Community Sector Plan. Now, when this came in, I'm sorry, I need to go over some previous approvals. Let's just skirt through this. Okay, so first preliminary plan was approved November 18th, 2010. It was for a multi-phase project, very large mixed-use development. About 5 years later, the Planning Board approved preliminary plan amendment 12007-056A, and that creates one lot and an outlot, which you're seeing here outlined in red, for multifamily residential uses. That validity period went until October 28th, 2020. In July of 2020, the County Council adopted Subdivision Regulation 2001, which provided a 2-year legislative extension to all of the regulatory approvals countywide. That applied here, so they got another extension to October 28th, 2022. That brings us to the subject application. They would like an extension because, as we mentioned earlier, there's the purple line in the area. I'm going to get onto that in the next slide, so I'll put a pin in that. But the proposed extension, as proposed, would align with the current validity period, and it would be an additional 2 years, not 20 years, 2 years. Let's make that very clear for the record, 2 years. So that would be October 28th, 2024. Now, as I mentioned, here we have the purple line. It is currently under construction. I took that photo just a couple of weeks ago, standing right about here on the property. So what has happened is the applicant has deeded over that outlot A, which they were supposed to do. Everything's great. That was finalized in 2018. Come to July 2020, the applicant gets a letter, on our next slide here, from MTA saying, hey, we have a temporary construction easement, which is shown in this blue hatching over here, and we don't know when we're going to be done, but we just need to make you aware of it. So kind of understandably, the applicant came to us saying like, hey, I want to record our plan. We definitely think everything's still valid. We don't want to change anything about the preliminary or the site plan, but we also don't want to record a plat with a temporary easement that we're just going to have to re-record later in the future. So if you could, we'd like to extend just the preliminary plan validity period up to what the subdivision regs will allow, and then we'll see where it goes. So as most people in this room probably know, the Purple Line isn't slated to be operational until 2026. So I'm anticipating a question that we're like, hey, is 2 years enough? Okay, probably not, right? It's possible the construction could be finished around here, great, in this area, because we got a long stretch to go. We got several stations. However, it's probably unlikely they probably will be back again, but because they're not asking for an extension of the APF validity at the same time, they can only ask for 2 years. That's both the min and the max here. So that's our proposal. It is literally just this. Nothing about the plan is supposed to change. I do have to point out a couple of things. We did get a call during this review period. So the Friends of Sligo Creek got notice about it, and they saw that there are 2 trees on the site that were meant to be transplanted as part of the forest conservation forest conservation plan, and they were not transplanted, they were removed. And technically, we don't really look at that during this. However, we did say, okay, we know this is a problem, and you can't move on your site plan until that's rectified. So we added a condition of approval. You'll see in the staff report there were 2 conditions of approval. One that recognizes this request for an extension. The second one is you got to get your stuff with the trees figured out before you can move forward with your plat. So that is being tied up with a bow. We talked with Friends of Sligo Creek afterwards. They were satisfied with it. We haven't received any written comments since. So I think we're on the right page there. Otherwise, all of the noticing requirements have been met. All of the findings have been met. I think it's clear that there is a government agency that is keeping them from being able to record their plat. They have done everything they're supposed to do. They're not creating any obstructions. So with that, we recommend approval with the 2 conditions as enumerated in the staff report.
And I will note, this is a public hearing with no speakers
Yes, sir.
before us.
And that's all I got.
Commissioners?
I just want to note that you could probably, do auctioneering on the side if you ever.
Thank you.
And we appreciate the thoroughness and speed of that presentation. Any commissioners? I'll entertain a motion if we don't have any discussion.
Mr. Chairman, I move approval of preliminary plan 12007056B with the conditions that staff has recommended.
Well, here a second.
Second.
Seeing no discussion, all those in favor say aye.
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 Aye. 5-0. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. This is a continuation of the Planning Board meeting on January 19th, 2023. We are on item 10, Bill 3322, Capital Improvements Program, Affordable Housing Feasibility Study dash required. We'll hear from staff on a recommendation.
Good afternoon, Planning Board. For the record, Lisa Gavoni again with Countywide Planning and Policy. From time to time, the council introduces housing policy, transportation policy, and we bring it to the board because we feel like it's important to have your input and to really send those comments to the county council. And the planning department has also done a lot of work on co-location, Mr. Holzcomb in our research department, and I think this is an important bill that kind of highlights I suddenly got a lot louder. The bill highlights a lot of the increasing nature and focus on co-location in the county. And I'm going to turn it over to Mr. Holzcomb right now.
Greetings, Planning Board. For the record, Nick Holzcomb, Research and Strategic Projects Division. This is my first time in front of this board, so thank you for your service, and I hope it's a good experience. So Bill 3322 would require the county executive to submit an affordable housing feasibility study to the council for certain capital projects, establish a review process for the council to determine project feasibility for co-location of affordable housing, and generally would amend county law regarding the analysis of capital projects. The bill is being sponsored by Council Vice President Friedson, and while the public hearing was a few days ago, work sessions will begin next week. Yeah, thank you. The role of planning and co-location is detailed in the staff report, so I'll just note that the Planning Board has a largely undefined role in co-location and is largely in an advisory capacity. But we do have 3 processes that allow us to collaborate and help set a vision. Those include master planning, development review, and as well as the CIP. And finally, I'll just point out, in case you haven't seen, that the county executive's recommendations for budget fiscal year 24 lists an item for substantial funding for the Wheaton Arts and Cultural Center, which would be a co-location project between the county and MHP for affordable housing. So with that, I'll kick it back over to Ms. Gavoni.
Thank you, Nicholas. So I'm going to go over a little bit about how Bill 3322 is structured, but I'll try to be brief. So under current law, the Office of Management and Budget, OMB, is they're required to provide an affordable housing assessment for each applicable capital project that is in facility planning to the County Council during the transmission of the CIP. However, by the time the housing assessment and capital project are included in the CIP for the Council's evaluation of whether to co-locate affordable housing with a new project, there's already potential barriers: site selection, the cost of construction. As the Planning Board, I'm sure you understand that there are a lot of barriers to co-location and the development of affordable housing. And so what Bill 3322 really does is it requires the county executive to submit an affordable housing feasibility study prior to facility planning, development of program requirements, site selection, or land acquisition of any capital project. So what Bill 3322 does is it adds 2 definitions. The first is an affordable housing feasibility study, which is an analysis of any applicable capital project that includes an evaluation of co-location of affordable housing at a library, a rec center, police station, fire station, etc. There also includes the definition for applicable capital project, which means any proposed building project administered by the Department of General Services, DGS, or Parking Management Division of the Department of Transportation. The bill also updates the requirements for the feasibility, and I won't go through all 9 of them, but they are listed in the staff report. So here's kind of where it can end up. So after the council receives this study submitted by the county executive, the council must review the study within 30 days. The study will provide a basis for consideration of co-locating affordable housing in any new CIP project. And after reviewing the study, the council will decide whether to approve or disapprove of the analysis presented in the feasibility study. If the affordable housing study is approved with the Department of General Services, they move forward in its normal capital project development process, working with DHCA, HOC, and other private or nonprofit housing development partners. If the council disapproves the executive branch analysis, the council can direct the executive branch to perform additional work and come back to the council with a capital project that includes co-location. The council can also approve the executive's plan for co-location. They can waive any requirements or agree with the executive branch that housing is not feasible within that project. If the project is determined feasible, it would be included in the CIP for normal budget review to receive funding. And finally, Bill 3322 includes a waiver provision if the council determines the project would result in the loss of a site, require an emergency appropriation, or experience further delay, and that's not in the best interest of the public. So we'll get to the point, but we largely support the bill, but we do have one clarifying question. As we mentioned earlier, this would require an affordable housing feasibility study, but there's already an assessment later on in that process. What we're trying to understand is how those two would work together. We want to understand, if the council agrees that co-location is not feasible, does OMB still have to do that assessment? And so we think that, during the work session on Monday, we could clarify the relationship between those two. And, finally, Mr. Holzcomb touched upon this, but the role of the planning board in this bill will largely remain unchanged. I think that it provides another avenue for collaboration. It really strengthens the ability of the county to look at every last site in the county for the feasibility of a co-location of affordable housing. And so finally, while the planning staff, we had that one question that we think we would like to clarify between the relationship between the feasibility and the existing housing assessment. We do support the intent of the bill and recommend that the planning board send a letter of support for the bill to the county council in time for the work session on Monday.
So you don't see the need to amend the legislation to address your concern about a full housing project that started out as a co-location or something like that?
Sure. If the planning board would like, we could propose language in our transmittal letter of how we think we could clarify the text as it's currently written. It could be worked out at work session, but I do agree with you, Chair, that it would probably be in the best interest to provide draft language to the council.
To address that concern. Go. Anybody else? I have one more thing.
This is going to be a little off the wall here, but under the definition of affordable housing feasibility study, it lists 4 co-location possibilities as examples. And 2 of those are police stations and fire stations, which kind of suggests we're advocating for building residential next to fire stations, which strikes me as almost an incompatible proximity, right? No one wants to live next to a fire station that's operating 24 hours a day. And I wouldn't want to do that, and I don't think that, what normal residents want should be that different than affordable housing requirements. So I'm just wondering whether there are some better examples than using those, such as office space, transportation centers, parks, school sites that might be better examples than fire stations and police stations, because it seems like we're saying, hey, that's a good place to do it. So,
sure. I think that, I think that will probably be part of the evaluation too. I think that there have been, examples throughout the country of co-locations with fire stations. I certainly understand, I probably wouldn't want to live on top of a fire station, but we do have a limited amount of land in the county, and so we do need to examine every opportunity. And I think that that's one thing that we could definitely maybe put in the transmittal letter if you feel like it's appropriate.
I understand entirely what you're saying, and that's the whole point of the bill, right, is
Right.
investigate co-location possibilities. But it strikes me that the enumerated things in that definition are examples, and I just think
Right.
those 2 are bad examples. And we can come
That's
up,
fair.
office space and transportation centers, I think is a great opportunity. You're right next to possibly the transportation you want to use. That's my point. It's just, it's more a wording thing, but it also, I think, implies an intention that we possibly don't mean.
All right.
If I can-
Every commissioner wants to speak here. Commissioner Branson?
I just want to point out that we currently have a development in, New Hampshire Avenue and 29.
Yes.
Is the new police station. I can't remember if it's 3rd District or 5th District. I get my districts mixed up when it comes to the police stations. But anyway, and right across the parking lot from the police station is affordable housing. I think it's a senior building, but it's definitely affordable housing. I think it's called Victory Crossing. So,
Yeah.
so, you know, I do understand that it may not be an optimal location for you, but it might be okay for other people. And as far as the fire thing is concerned, you know, I see a lot of houses near fire stations. I wouldn't want to live there either, but but it's okay for some people. What I'm suggesting is that if we start taking out places or public facilities that we wouldn't want to be near, then that whittles down the places that they have to consider. And if we whittle down the places they have to consider when it comes to co-location, then we are actually putting a limitation on this bill without necessity. If it becomes necessary that a particular location is not suitable for whatever reason, that's what the feasibility study's for. So I would suggest that we leave that language there, because I don't want to whittle it down before they get to it.
I'd like to clarify, because you're over-construing my point. I think we could go forward without any mentioned facilities here, because the whole point of this bill is about all of them. My point is just, these particular examples suggest that we have an advocacy for that, and I don't think we should be necessarily advocating for those two.
And if I can just add on, I think the definition of a capital project, which means any proposed building, is inconsistent with the limitations of an affordable feasibility study. I don't see how those two work. If you mean any, you mean any. Now, you probably mean any more than $1 million or some, you tell me the criteria, I don't know their CIP much. But there's probably some minimal amount. You don't care if they're relocating a pump station or something. But between those two sections, it doesn't work. Because if capital project means any proposed building, then it's ridiculous to just say a feasibility study is required with any. But so it needs a little bit rewriting. Commissioner Presley.
Actually, Commissioner Pinheiro has been waiting before me. So
I'm sorry.
that's okay. I'll defer to you, Mr. Pinheiro.
Well, I think, thank you, Commissioner Presley. I think Commissioner Branson talked about the point that I was going to make. I know that project on New Hampshire and 29 Victory Housing. And, when we think of co-location, it doesn't necessarily have to be on top. In that case, there's enough space, there's enough land to locate the affordable housing at a distance from the police station. And there's many other examples in Virginia. I mean, we looked at that issue one time. I mean, I would be in favor of leaving the language as it is right now. I don't think that we need to make a point of whether they're police, fire. I mean, it's not. The only other issue I was going to raise is in terms of the feasibility versus the assessment, the housing assessment. Maybe when they look at feasibility, they need to look at the cost of the housing, how much it's going to cost, or whether that's going to be done afterwards by OMB. I'm not really sure what feasibility means in these cases, but I would be in favor of this bill. Thank you.
Just to note, the feasibility study includes item 6, which is projected cost of construction.
Good.
Commissioner Presley?
Yes, I'm in agreement with Commissioner Hill, just from the perspective that there's no need to call out firehouses and police stations, because it does cover all capital projects. And if I can reword for him, if I understand Mr. Hill, it does appear as if we're specifically targeting when we say, call that out as the examples. So I think we don't need that language in the bill to still provide for the potential that could happen.
I think I understand. I think the way to do that includes an evaluation of co-location of affordable housing at any applicable capital project, and then you define applicable project as any proposed building at some minimum size. You guys tell us that. I don't, again, it might
Yeah.
be too limited.
Sure, if I can jump in, Tanya Stern, Acting Planning Director, just to make sure that we capture the comments for the letter from the board. So 2 issues. One is that there's a concern about specifying specific types of public facilities. So under the, so basically making it just a broader reference to public facilities built through the capital process. And then the other piece was the question that you raised, Chair, about essentially the threshold of the capital project, because it could be something very small, but that's not going to be necessarily applicable potentially for a housing project. So what we could do at this point, we may not necessarily need to provide specific language, but we can just highlight these issues as questions or issues that the board raised, and that we can work with council staff if the committee is interested in making those changes, then we can work with council staff on the appropriate language.
I see lots of nods.
Okay, great.
Along with the point raised by staff, of the interrelationship with
Yes,
this language. Okay.
yes, and that correction too.
And I'm okay. Well, give me advice. Would you like to spell it out in this legislation or just raise the point?
I think it would be easier at this point, given the time, just to raise the point. And we could provide, bullets of basically the 3
Okay.
comments, summarize them
All
from the
right.
planning board.
Everybody okay? I see nods. Do we need a formal vote?
One more thing. Staff has asked a question we haven't addressed, which is the question of whether the council decides upfront that it doesn't need to do, whether it has to go to the OMB office.
Yes, that would be one of the points, clarifying the relationship between
Yeah,
the
and
the proposed feasibility study and then the assessment that's done by OMB.
Right, and my opinion on that is if the decision has been made in some regard, I don't want to build more regulatory stuff that has to happen after that. So I would go in favor of the idea that once that recommendation's made, it's done.
And we ran into a similar situation last year when the county council introduced the climate assessments bill, which is now the law. You've all been briefed on how we're going to be implementing it. But the original bill, it didn't speak to the fact that there was an existing carbon footprint analysis requirement already in the code for master plans. So we actually raised that as, this new climate assessment requirement is very similar to this existing requirement. And so subsequently, the law that was passed repealed the carbon footprint analysis requirement. So again, at this point, we can just raise the issue and say, you should use this process to make sure there's no duplication in terms of the assessment, and then that can be worked out with the bill.
Okay, everybody okay? Does staff have enough guidance? Maybe
Yes.
too much?
Thank you. It was great guidance. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you for the presentation. We are going to go upon a motion and approval. I'll ask the board to go to a closed session. And it's item 11 on our agenda. The reason I'm asking for the closed session is according to the Maryland Annotated Code, General Provision Articles, Section 3-305, Sub B, Sub 7, to consult with counsel to obtain legal advice, and 8, consult with staff, consultants, and other individuals about pending or potential litigation. Topic, potential litigation. Can I have a motion to go to closed session?
So moved.
So moved.
Second.
Okay, I have a motion and second. All those in favor say aye.
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 All right, we'll see you, the other commissioners, in a different room. Good afternoon. This is the January 19th, 2023 session of the Planning Board. We are on item 8, Silver Spring Downtown Adjacent Communities Plan Draft Design Guidelines. This is a briefing by staff. Which way do I turn? I'm sorry. Yes, we need a motion to, I hear I talked about that, and I didn't do it. We need a motion to go back into open session.
So moved, Mr. Chair.
Do I have a second?
Second.
All those in favor of going back into open session, say aye.
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 Okay, 4 ayes, 1 absent.
Oh, no, I'm here.
No, we're missing Cherie.
Oh.
Yeah,
Sorry.
that's right. It wasn't an online deficit. It's an in-real deficit. Okay, so the planning board did get these the design guidelines in advance to look over, but now we'll hear from staff on a presentation.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Chair and Commissioners. For the record, my name is Atara Margulies, and I'm a planner in the Down County Master Planning Division. I'm here today to talk about the Silver Spring Downtown and Adjacent Communities Plan Draft Design Guidelines. Just as a reminder, the last time we were at the board was on December 15th, 2022, where we introduced the guidelines, we summarized the sector plan, and we provided sort of context for this entire effort. So today's presentation is also a briefing, but we're just talking about the draft design guidelines, and we are asking for the board's comments on the document, which, as the chair mentioned, was posted to the board's online agenda for this item as an attachment. Next week, we will come back to the board, and there will be public comment on the draft at that time, and we will discuss revisions based on the comments we received today from the board, and we will be, we plan to be requesting board approval of the document next week. Related item next week as well, just to remind everyone of the schedule, we'll be bringing forward the nominations for the Design Advisory Panel members to the board for approval, and the nominees and their resumes will be posted in the staff report for next week, so you'll be able to look at those in advance as well. A quick reminder about design guidelines. We won't talk as in-depth as last time, but it is a document that guides development projects and public space improvements in the downtown Silver Spring plan area. It'll be a tool for many people, the applicants and the property owners, the regulatory team and the design advisory panel, the DAP, when reviewing proposed development projects, and it will be publicly available on our website so the community can understand more about the vision for downtown Silver Spring. As we discussed last time, of course, when the regulatory team presents projects, they summarize often, what the DAP said, and they bring the design guidelines to the board, so in that way, it's also a reference for the planning board as well. Here is an outline of the design guidelines, 3 main sections divided into a bunch of subsections. We're going to highlight items from these subsections that we did not discuss last time, sort of to add to the board's exposure to items in the guidelines. But of course, we're here to answer questions about any part of the draft. In the introduction to the design guidelines, we discuss the DAP, which we'll talk about next week, and we discuss the inherent flexibility in the design guidelines. And it is important to highlight that despite the fact that it's a 100-page document, it is intended to be flexible. While the zoning ordinance does state that new development needs to demonstrate substantial conformance with the sector plan and any guidelines that implement the plan, the design guidelines are inherently more flexible than the master or sector plan. They can be revised by a planning board action without needing to go to any other body, and you don't need to reopen the plan to do that. They are intended to accompany and clarify the plan, but they do not and cannot address every single site condition within a plan area. Development projects will be evaluated as to whether or not they comply with the intent of the guidelines. First and foremost, context and site conditions are taken into account in every case. The guidelines help to provide predictability for applicants, but they're not intended to preclude creativity or unexpected design solutions. As we mentioned last time, and this is just as introduction to the next piece, since 2021, the street design in the county is guided by the Montgomery County Complete Streets Design Guide, which was jointly authored by the Planning Department and Montgomery County Department of Transportation. So in the guidelines, the way we apply that is by defining for each street the active zone and the street zone as defined broadly in the Complete Streets Design Guide, and looking at the elements that make up those zones. For the design guidelines, it's the active zone that is important because that is the space between the curb and the face of the building. And the way we use these diagrammatic street sections that you saw in the design guidelines is to basically do two things. A, to determine where the building is located relative to the curb and to let the applicant know what active zone elements they have to provide for the frontage improvements based on that street type and that site. So obviously for each street type, it's a little bit different, and there's dimension ranges for all the elements, so you can fit them into your street as needed. We have tested lots of them, and they seem to be working so far internally as we went through and wrote the guidelines. But of course, if there's a particular constrained site or unusual site elements that make it difficult for one reason or another to completely meet those dimension ranges, those are, again, recommendations, and the guidelines provide the flexibility to look at a case-by-case basis and adjust as needed. So that is really what the street sections are, and that information is going to be used for. We show you the whole street to give you the context so you understand, but we're really just focused on that curb to building space. Just to talk about the green loop again, which we touched on last time for a minute, the sector plan recommends the implementation of the green loop, which is a network of green resilient streets that connect the neighborhoods of the downtown. And they're in a loop because of the way downtown Silver Spring is organized and the lack of grid across the rail. They actually focused on sort of the main spines of many of the districts. So I think I didn't really touch on this last time, but I want to just explain for a minute. These streets are the main streets of the Fenton Village District. It takes you up into the Ellsworth District, downtown North, and South Silver Spring. Those are sort of some of the biggest districts in the plan, and these streets are not the Georgia and Colesville primary streets that have the cars and the vehicles, but these are already the streets that are more pedestrian friendly, and we're trying to emphasize that rather than try and transform Georgia, which for many reasons would be harder to attain. We are looking to enhance streets that already have a decent pedestrian network. So what the guidelines does is it reiterates the goals of the sector plan with regard to the green loop, but it also provides clear priorities in terms of what's the most important on these streets. On that central loop, which is the thickest line in the middle of the plan, large canopy trees and stormwater management in the right-of-way are the most important things. So the guidelines recommend that where feasible, the buffers for those particular street sections be a little bit wider to accommodate those. But even in a situation where that might not be possible to achieve, let's say 8 feet instead of 6 feet, the guidelines still set up those bullet point priorities that apply to the streets we should really try and achieve as much canopy coverage as possible on these streets and stormwater management where it fits. So that's,
Go ahead.
yeah,
Sure.
go ahead.
Put on your mic, please.
Can you go back to the one before this, the picture of the?
Sure.
Okay, so, where are people parking?
So you can see, well, so first of all, in the downtown, there are about right now 11,000 parking garage spaces, which exceeds probably the need. I mean, we don't ever hit capacity, even pre-COVID. So in a downtown, we generally encourage people, if they're going to come into the downtown with a car, to park in one of the parking garages. They are located all over the downtown. Most things are pretty accessible from the parking garages. However, there are plenty of streets, and you can see that here on this street, that there is on-street parking. This is on-street parking. What we recommend in the guidelines is that every 2 or 3 spaces, when you have on-street parking, if you can't fit a full additional buffer, and we are showing a pretty typical condition here. It is hard if you're gonna have on-street parking. Not many streets have the right-of-way to accommodate a full 6-foot buffer next to the sidewalk and another full one in between the bike lane and the parking lane. And so we have sort of an integrated parking lane buffer. And you can see that here, right? You've got the car, these are parking spaces where this car is, and you can see those little like indicators here that indicates in the way we've done the diagrams. And then every so often you have a bump out that might take up a parking space, and that's where you've got a canopy tree. And that's our way of balancing the need for on-street parking and the need for cool streets and, you know, an additional canopy tree coverage in the downtown.
So the tree, so basically the little bump outs for the trees will be occupying parking spaces.
On different streets, it works out differently. It really depends. It's sort of a site-specific thing. If you are developing a project and that's the frontage requirement or recommendation in your thing, you have to sort of look at where the on-street parking is today, what's interrupting it. Most blocks have something interrupting it, a bump out for a crossing or something, and then figure out what the concept is to get some tree integrated into that parking. It doesn't mean it will take up a whole parking space.
Right, no, I'm totally in favor of trees, okay, but I also think trees and cars can potentially coexist. So, because on this particular diagram really reminds me of what F Street, DC downtown used to look like. This is almost exactly what F Street looked like 50 years ago, you know, or more. But here's the thing. I'm all in favor of us, or of the planning function being to create what is better, right? And what is future focused. But I really believe I believe that can be done while also understanding who people are and how they live right now. You know, I mean, there are a lot of folks who just will not. Really, it's not feasible for them to park in a parking garage and then go tra-la-la through downtown Silver Spring. You know, if you're 80 years old and you just want to go to one store, you want to park in front of the store. You don't want somebody to tell you got to walk 2 blocks, and then, because guess what? You won't be going back. You won't be going back. You know, this is not a thing for you that is functional. And I say all that to say, or if you're a mother with a 2-year-old, you just want to go to that one store and get that kid and come on out. I say all that to say this. This is lovely if you are active and able-bodied and plan to stay a while, okay? If your life doesn't meet those criteria, this really means you don't go. This becomes a barrier, and I think there has to be a way that parking, that on-street parking is considered more, because there are a lot of people who really cannot enjoy the amenities of downtown Silver Spring without having parking that's closer to where they need to be. You know, they can't go walking a couple blocks. And I just need that considered.
Are there streets in the plan where you plan on reintroducing or adding to on-street parking?
Well, so can I just interject? So I think Commissioner Maritza, we've heard that concern not only from residents but also from retailers, particularly on Fenton Street, right? They want people who are hopping in to get their shoes or to whatever. They want to be able to have that short-term parking. Yeah. And so we definitely hear that. I think this diagram is showing an idealized situation. In practice, there is a division of the parking lot district at DOT and the right-of-way folks at the Department of Permitting Services who actually control the parking. So these guidelines really, they go up to the right-of-way if a development application is making frontage improvements, but it's really up to the curb. So anything that happens to the parking or the parking lane is generally going to be a CIP project. But I know that DOT is sensitive to the things that you're saying, the community and retailers. So we absolutely hear it. And when it's implemented when they're implemented on a block or whatever. There's an extensive community process, and those things are taken into account. So this is more of an idealized situation than sort of each project is going to be taking part in.
Oh, no, I understand. I understand that, and I appreciate that. I just think it's really important for somebody, maybe me, to say that the interests of these groups have to be taken into consideration, and you've, responded to it very well. But, in case anybody else is out there in the world and looks at this and say, well, where am I supposed to park? They need their answer. Thank you.
Also add that we didn't obviously put all the images here, but there is another image that shows how we retain, we're trying to retain the on-street parking on most streets where it is. And if we are adding a bike lane, then yes, we still keep the parking and we have this like smaller kind of buffer that's not planted, but that way we can accommodate the bike master plan's requirements for a bike lane, but also not lose the parking, particularly on the retail streets. We pay attention. But to your question, Chair, we did not necessarily propose to add on-street parking, but we did sort of explain why it's good. It serves a lot of purposes. It's also sort of a buffer for bikes, especially in this situation, and pedestrians on some streets, like on the larger streets with more traffic, and it provides access to the retail establishments in particular. So we are mindful of that, which is why we don't show just taking out the parking lane, because we realize that's not practical. It's not good service for the downtown. It's not good. It's not a good street section if you do that everywhere. So we are trying to balance those desires. Yep.
Okay, go ahead.
So we're going to go to here. So something we didn't get into last time, but I want to emphasize here. So one of the major sector plan recommendations from an environmental perspective is reducing the heat island effect in the downtown. And just for a very brief line on that, lots of studies, including our own study for the sector plan, have shown that downtowns are hotter than the surrounding areas, right? They have a lot more impervious surfaces. They have a lot more materials that absorb heat, and so particularly in the summer months, it's significantly hotter. That's bad for people, it's bad for plants, it's bad for the environment, it's bad for a lot of things. So we focused on that a lot in the downtown because it was a downtown plan, so that was sort of a problem that goes above the things that we always do anyway that are required at this point from an environmental perspective. So we looked at a few strategies that I'm just going to highlight here that we talk about in the guidelines in particular that support that sector plan recommendation. One thing we did was we actually had a Metropolitan Washington Council of Governments grant to explore cool streets with a consultant. We did that. We pulled some of the takeaways from there into the design guidelines, talking about in addition, to trees, which is the obvious one that we were doing anyway, what else can we do to cool the streets? And we have some recommendations about things to consider in particular areas. I think particularly when you've got site design that has a lot of hardscape, which while we will be looking to avoid that, sometimes it's necessary, and then that's where some of these recommendations, thinking about cooling some of those areas in the future. We also talk about how to provide those canopy trees when you only have a 6-foot spot. In the downtown, we really need trees that provide shade, that will last, that will not get planted and just die off, and there are systems specifically designed. This is something that was mentioned in the Silver Spring Streetscape Standards, and we want to bring it forward into the guidelines because it is something that should be considered for downtown streets, and it's increasingly used in cities. It's just this cell system that goes under the ground that allows the roots to grow even though they're not in the plant. As you can see here, that little planted area is very small, but the roots are able to get big, and that's pretty cool technology that we have available to us today. And talk about the green roof systems that are available. The guidelines really recommend intensive green roofs, although any green roofs would meet the requirement in the sector plan to have one of a variety of energy sort of responsible strategies on your roof. But the reason why we focus on intensive green roofs in the design guidelines is because A, they treat a much larger quantity of stormwater, which can be helpful for many reasons, and they allow an opportunity to actually grow things on the roof, something else we mentioned in the sector plan, in our food security section. So these are just examples of, again, what the design guidelines does, which is to provide recommendations or encourage certain practices that will support the goals in the sector plan. Sector plan being more high level and the guidelines getting into, there's obviously many other strategies that could support the sector plan goal, and the guidelines acknowledges that and just mentions ones that we think might work well in downtown Silver Spring. So for the building form and design section, we did look at this diagram last time, and happy to answer any questions on it. These are the basic building block components that help us describe buildings that we will see in the downtown, whether they're low, mid, and high. And now I want to show you just two precedent examples that, so it's a little bit easier maybe to understand what we're talking about. The left example is a high-rise building in Philadelphia, and the right example is a mid-rise building in Columbus, Ohio. So in both of these, you can see that there is a base, and by base, it means that, lower massing of the building. They're treated differently in the different buildings. In the high-rise building, it's a very typical base setback tower, and then really interesting treatment at the top, which is something that we talk about. Lots of ways to do this here. They've varied the massing and then even treated that really upper level quite differently. So you have this interesting top. But if you look even at the mid-rise building, you can see the same principles applied, even though it takes a very different form, and you don't need to have a setback all over the place. You've got a different treatment at the pedestrian level, like the guidelines talk about, different color or change of material, lots of transparency, balconies facing the street. And then as you move up the building towards the top, you can see just some architectural detailing. It's not a lot, but it's enough to give it really nice finish, and where you really see the order of the building and understand how it fits in to the context. So those are just two
Just a
examples that
question
really speak
here,
to.
could
Yes.
the Guggenheim Museum be approved under our guidelines?
Yeah, so that's, I mean, I think absolutely. I think that a lot of what we provide the guidelines for is what we would say, the stuff that we expect to see the most of, which in this case is going to be probably residential, right? And then that's why we focus so much on how to make that active ground floor, even if you don't have retail, just responding to what the development patterns have been. Civic buildings, I think, are an entirely different category, and if they were providing, I think we would still want to see ground level interaction. So from that perspective, I think there'll be a question, but I think it'd be something that the DAP would talk about.
Very little grounded.
Yes, I agree. I think though that's part of where the DAP comes in, and the discussion about how does a certain building contribute to the overall design and context of Silver Spring, how does it contribute to that particular block, that site, what needs is it meeting, how is it serving the community? I think all of those things, if someone wanted to put a world famous art museum in Silver Spring, I think we would take it. So.
But also at the same time, and I didn't identify myself before, for the record, Elza Heisel McCoy, Chief Down County Planning, you don't want every building on a block to be the Guggenheim. So the guidelines that we have make sure that the soldier buildings are good neighbors.
I mean, the reason the Guggenheim works is because every other block on the building on the block follows the rules of being fronting to the street.
Exactly. Yeah.
And it makes it unusual and setback, but it's the oddball you have to be capable of approving as well.
And that's what we talked about in the beginning. The guidelines provide that predictability for 99% of the applicants. And then if you have something really unusual, that's why one of the good things about the DAP, right? They can discuss that. We can talk about it, bring it here. There's a lot of people involved. It's not just checking the boxes. That's not how we, that's how we did the design review. So I think that flexibility is certainly in here. And
Thank you. It's my only trick questions.
Now I'm going to let Christina talk a little bit more about how the Parks and Public Spaces section is organized in the guidelines.
Good afternoon, chairs and commissioners. For the record, Christina Sasaki, Park Planner in the Park Planning Stewardship Division. As I mentioned in our last session, since 2019, all proposed parks and public spaces in this plan will be guided by the Energized Public Space Design Guidelines. It's a separate guideline that, we're going to be using in all sector plans. And the document pretty much guides the design of the system of parks and public spaces within the denser areas of the county, which includes the Silver Spring area. So all the recommendations that are made in this document for the Silver Spring Design Guidelines, they were already approved during the sector plan process, but we reorganize the recommendations into the design elements, and I'm going to show a couple of examples to facilitate and to guide the design of each proposed park in Silver Spring. So the guidelines report, in terms of the content, they provide 3 major chapters. They have the design principles, the area-wide design guidelines, meaning, every single park and public space will follow these guidelines. And then they have the design elements by park type. We have all parks as being urban parks, but we have some subtypes. So the 3 overall design principles that I mentioned last time are the access and connectivity. The park should feel open and welcoming to all. The sense of community. The park should celebrate community identity, value, pride, and social gathering. And urban ecology. The park should support social and environmental well-being and encourage the stewardship and responsible interaction with our natural habitat. So as presented in our last session, the design of these public spaces should be considered through the lens of these 5 area-wide design guidelines that you see on the screen. and they will be, evaluated during the design process. So I'm gonna just jump into an example, So for instance, when we talk about place, the idea of celebrating, incorporating a community identity. So the public spaces, they will bring economic and social value to their surrounding communities through people's interactions and also enhancement of their identity. So in this case, we will look at the topics of features under these design guidelines. Then they're gonna have to be designed to integrate the system with clear circulation, defined spaces, and then links to the physical, historic, cultural, and natural features of this site in order to create this unique sense of place. The largest public park in the study area is Jesse Blair Park. We have some images of the historic house and also the the natural beauty of the park as well. And the park is designated in the master plan for historic preservation. So the design of its features, the signage, public art, historic and natural features, during the renovation that we are in the process right now, will be really critical to be as part of our checklist. How we're doing the due diligence to this historic park. And we are now in the process of selecting a consultant in order to do our facility plan for this project. So another thing that we mentioned last time is that all this system of proposed parks and public spaces, they fall within the urban park type. And then they all gonna be responding to the 5 design elements that are listed here, the function, main program, key features, the site placement, and the size. So there is a combination of public and privately owned. So all privately owned public spaces will also follow these guidelines. So that's something that I wanna highlight it. And then the proposed green loops and connectors that Atara mentioned in the beginning, they would tie all these spaces together, the privately owned and the public owned. So let's look at an example of the proposed South Silver Spring, how these design elements were applied. As you can see here, we determined which area based on the district. The main program, we did an analysis, we were lacking active recreation in the Silver Spring area, especially in the South Silver Spring. So we are proposing a couple of key features that focus on this active recreation and the idea of bringing people together. And then the facility placement, we are talking about a through block connection between the parking lot and also East-West Highway. So we want to make sure that when we are designing this park, that all these design elements are checked in terms of our responsibility to respond to the recommendations of the sector plan. So another example that I want to give is an application of the design guidelines on a private-owned public space. So if we go to our next slide, if we focus on the guidelines of variety, this is an example, the downtown north of POPs, the private-owned public space that we're going to be providing. So like the South Silver Spring that is public-owned, they will follow these guidelines. And we want to especially focus on access and safety, but also the need to really provide more than just one experience. In our existing conditions for the Silver Spring, we identify a lot of these POPs, they are just decorative sculpture with a bench. So we want something more to give to the community. So we want to encourage to have multiple experiences in the same place. So that's something that we want to make sure that we have in our guidelines. And that concludes our presentation in parks and public spaces. Next.
Well, can I ask you a question on the minimum size routine?
Yeah.
And I only say this because I don't know the underlying parcel sizes.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't know if you're going to get a quarter-acre site and want a half-acre park. I don't know how it will be implemented when you have parcels that are small and you're asking for minimum 0.5.
So I think one thing that we should explain, and I don't remember if we explained this last time or not. This sector, I think we did, but this will help clarify, I think. The sector projects in the downtown Silver that come in under the downtown Silver Spring overlay zone are not going to be meeting their public space requirement in the typical way in the zoning code. So they're not going to be coming in and providing the percent that the zoning code asks for. We said we don't want those kind of spaces in downtown Silver Spring, and so this plan that we have here This is a plan, all those little different symbols are different types of open space based on program, but that's all the open spaces we're recommending so that we can get more consolidated, larger open spaces. So that downtown north park that we just looked at, that's not a typology. We're actually recommending that for a particular parcel. It's a publicly owned, it's a parcel owned by MCDOT that has a huge parking garage on it, which is big enough to become development site and park. So the way it's written in the overlay zone text is that if you are developing a parcel that has an open space recommended on in the sector plan, then you have to provide that as part of your development proposal. And if you are developing a property that does not have, then your open space requirement, you work with parks and they figure out how, based on a calculation that they have as to how much you should donate to the nearest public space that's being developed in your district. And so that way, that park that Christina was just talking about, we know we can get a half an acre because the site's enormous. It's this massive parking garage that crosses over like what would be 4 sites in regular parcel size.
It's just
So-
the lawyer and me trying to
Yeah,
avoid a
no,
taking.
and we were told, and we were sort of urged in the sector plan to provide a minimum, so that would give some guidance. And, in many of these cases, some of the POPs are very small, and therefore that's because they're recommended in spots that we thought they'd be best, but the parcel they're on is not particularly big. And some of them are recommended on these much larger spaces, some of which are publicly owned, that can accommodate, should they be redeveloped, multiple things, buildings, parks, other through block connections and so forth. So I think, it's not, we're talking about an actual spot on the plan, not a typology for the district, if that makes sense.
Yeah, and then we associate these typologies during the sector plan on purpose. We sat down and we say, where are the sites that can be built up? How much green space it can be offered? So we knew, because we have a park typology and we have minimums and maximums and ideal size. So we say, we're not going to be proposing civic green in this location because we know realistic, the development is not going to be able to provide something that big. So at that specific small area, we say, well, let's put something smaller, pocket green, can be complementary to an adjacent site that we knew we had the capability of being something bigger.
Thank you.
Okay, so we're going to move on. So as we talked about last time, I think as everyone now is familiar, the plan area is divided into districts. And last time we talked about how we had a handful of district sites that we were going to focus on in the guidelines, and now I'm going to take you through 2 of those just to give an example of, here, the 2 red sites on the map. So one of them is, they're both parking garage sites, as many of our large sites that we focus on in the guidelines are, which speaks to the fact that there are many standalone parking garages in Silver Spring, and we hope to see, a better future for those parking garages during the life of this plan. So this is the Bonifant-Dixon garage, which crosses over Bonifant Street, and this is the Cameron garage, and we'll look at both of those sites.
Did the parking authority comment on our plan?
Well, we worked with them and identified, there are some parking garages we're not recommending as development sites because those are either super well utilized, really well placed, or perhaps they're screened in some way, or they have ground floor retail, like the one on Ellsworth opposite Veterans Plaza. The Bonifant-Dixon site, the one I'm about to show you, MCDOT they did in the past already express interest in redeveloping that site at various times. That was that was one of their number 1 sites. We didn't have to ask twice if we could include that as an opportunity site. Of course, in all of these, and we say this in the sector plan quite clearly, there'll be replacement parking provided, but for example, the Bonifant-Dixon garage has 1,600 spaces, and even pre-COVID, they were only maxing out at about 700 to 800 parkers, if I'm remembering the data correctly from our original existing conditions data. So that does speak to an excess of parking. And it's in the Ripley district, a district which, many years ago was nothing, but now really is becoming a popular residential district with new construction and brand new building that's, and more opportunity sites coming up. So that is probably one of our, number 1 sites we'd like to see redeveloped, not to mention the proximity to the transit center. So we're going to talk about all that and what the guidelines, how the guidelines sort of go a little bit deeper than the sector plan in terms of what we'd like to see, what could be done, what the possibility and the potential for this site is in the future. So here we are, just to get everyone oriented. Transit center, Georgia Avenue running north-south. Here's Wayne Avenue. This aerial is a little bit old. This little park right up here has pretty much been almost completed by the Parks Department. And so, of course, the Purple Line Station, this end of the tracks right here is where the Purple Line Station will be in the future, and the tracks will continue on Bonifant Street and go up off the aerial image and stop at the library. So right now, as I said, this 1,600 and some space garage crosses over Bonifant, creating this condition. Not quite what you'd want to see as a gateway condition when you get off the Purple Line. I think it's not, maybe not the most welcoming spot. So the sector plan and identifies this as an opportunity site, made very few comments, and then the guidelines sort of focus on what are some of the key things we'd like someone who's coming forward to redevelop this in some capacity, what should they be thinking about? So Bonifant and Dixon Avenue, this intersection right here as a real gateway from the Purple Line Station, that when you get off here and you start coming down Bonifant, when you get to this first sort of real urban intersection, that you're experiencing it as like you're in downtown Silver Spring now, which is not quite how it feels today. Identifying Bonifant Street and really treating it like a real connection from the Purple Line to the center of the downtown with a real green pedestrian link. The Purple Line condition, who knows what it will be like in the end, but there's going to be a lot of trains coming and going on that street, so you want to make sure you have a good pedestrian area. There's not going to be a lot of car traffic the way the current plans are for the Purple Line, so the pedestrian environment's even more important because it's going to mostly be pedestrians and trains. Here are so this garage is so big that it will create 3 sites if it's really taken down. You've got a really large site here on the north of Bonifant, a somewhat smaller site, but still pretty comparable actually to the other sites in the Ripley district, very similar size in terms of those residential properties. And then you have this small site here. It's hard to see it, people don't realize, but this piece, it goes over Dixon, and this piece is also part of the garage. And the sector plan recommends that for a sort of a small park with some active recreation. So that these are sort of some of the guidelines for this area, and we have this rendering that was created for us in collaboration with DIG, which is a rendering firm that used to be in DC and is now out of California. Again, all the architecture in here is placeholder. It's completely illustrative for the new buildings. Of course, this is an existing building, and so is this and this. But this really gives you a sense of how things could be in this area. I think the public realm completely transformed. Dixon Street with bike lanes and regular sidewalks and trees feels like a street that you'd want to be on. You can see this nice green connection on the south side here, sort of a wider sidewalk with more plantings and sort of a linear park feel coming from the train station. And you can get a glimpse into what it might be like if we had a sort of a cool little park there with some basketball and maybe some ping pong tables or some other active stuff happening. It's all illustrative, it's all a suggestion, but it's meant to convey the possibility, particularly of the transformation of the public realm in this area. We have not necessarily done these kind of renderings before, and we were super excited by the opportunity to really try and envision what could be, more so than just talking about it and writing recommendations. So the next site to talk about is another parking garage site in downtown North. This parking garage today is certainly better utilized than the other one. However, it is large, it is freestanding. This is how it looks on the street. And this particular area of downtown North is also undergoing a transformation of sorts right now. You have this Elizabeth Square project going up, which will include a large amount of affordable housing and a new rec center, something that Silver Spring does not have, a county rec center with a pool. So that's gotten people in this area and actually in the whole downtown pretty excited. We talked about that a lot during the plan. There are some other development projects proposed around here. And of course, at the other end of Cameron Street, you have the whole United Therapeutics complex, which continues to grow. So this street of Cameron Street, in the future, we really envision as a key spine. And so thinking about this garage as a potential redevelopment site, how to make this more integrated into the urban fabric here is something that the sector plan was focused on. And so the design guidelines for this site, the sector plan, just to recap for a second, says if this gets redeveloped, actually you split the site into 2, so you don't have such a long street wall of building, which we do try and avoid, and get First Street to come through there. Interestingly, the garage itself has a driveway that sort of does that already. It is like set up for this. Right now, First Street, it would connect through here, so you'd have a normal street grid. two opportunity sites and that downtown North Park that Christina was talking about before. And so this is how that gets recommended. So what are some things to think about here according to the guidelines? The south part of Cameron is very low rise. You've got townhouses here and then low rise retail on the other side. And so the guidelines, the townhouses are certainly not going anywhere. So the guidelines say, we need the bases of those buildings to really, really take that into context. So we have a good relationship across the street because it's kind of an unusual thing to have that in the downtown, but that's something we want to respond to. Want to make sure that cool next to the park, but sort of is able to turn the corner in some way, whether that's ground floor spaces or roof terraces or balconies that respond to the park. Really would encourage the loading and the service to be off of First Street. And, obviously we always want alleys if you can get it, but if that's not possible, to not put it on Cameron, because we're really envisioning Cameron as the main street here and First Street as the side street in this particular part of the downtown. And also the flip of that is making sure that the retail entrances are either on Cameron or close to the Cameron First intersection. So those are the kind of guidelines. We have a few other sites that I won't talk about today, but you'll see the same kinds of things. We're talking about adjacencies. We're talking about specific context issues that might be. We do not talk about architecture or any of those other things. The massing the guidelines apply to all the sites, and that's as, we're not going to, we really want to see creativity. We don't have other, it's really all about adjacencies and entrances, things to think about that are particular. And here's a rendering from the same company of a possible way these sites could be reimagined. This is a protected intersection here, which is how two intersections with bike lanes that come together would be realized according to DOT, and that's exciting to see. We only have a few in the downtown right now. Here are the existing townhouses. You can see how the base of this building in particular is really trying to respond to the townhouses from like a massing perspective. Got a neighborhood serving retail here with the entrance on the corner. You can see some of those guidelines that we've been talking about reflected here. And so that's the last exciting image I'm going to show today. But if you look in the guidelines, right, there's a few more sites with these types of renderings. We didn't want to go through all of them, but happy to answer questions about any or talk about any of those in specific. I was going to talk a bit about engagement. I don't know if you have any questions up until now. Okay. So we were asked about engagement last time, so we wanted to come back and give an update. One thing, we talked in all of our wide-ranging stakeholder conversations during the sector plan, people would always bring up design, and we would explain that that would be what the design guidelines are for, and so we took a lot of the concepts we spoke about forward into these design guidelines. We heard a lot of feedback about how the Bethesda design guidelines were working, and that was good because we get to use those as a bit of a guide when we were writing those. So that's sort of for something that happened throughout the sector plan process, and that was helpful just in knowing where we were going with the design guidelines from back then. We did have a presentation to NAIOP, to the real estate community 2 weeks ago on the design guidelines, and we also are presenting next week on Tuesday. We're going to the Silver Spring Urban District Advisory Committee with the guidelines to give them an update as we bring them along on everything that we do. We did send out an e-letter, as we do every time we do anything to tell the community, to the Silver Spring community that signed up for our e-letter during the master plan. It's at least 500 people, if not more by now, and we included the link to the guidelines that were posted on the planning board website, and we are going to be sending another one of those either at the end of the day today or tomorrow, talking about the DAP nominees, and also that there'll be public comment opportunity available next week at the planning board for the design guidelines. So just to let people know and give them the link again. So that's what we've done so far on that. And that concludes my presentation. So happy to take any additional questions or comments on the guidelines. Thank you.
Commissioners?
Just wondering if you've contacted the Silver Spring Advisory Board, which is different than the Silver Spring Board that you had noted.
We contacted the Regional Services Center and asked who they wanted us to present to, and they said they wanted us to come to the Silver Spring Urban District Advisory Committee. I don't think we're also going to the Citizens Advisory Board, but we told them we could. I think they weren't sure if we could fit on the agenda, but we can always go to them subsequently.
That would be good to talk to the Citizens Advisory. And also, I don't know what kind of little, graphic you have to allow people to inform people about the January 26th public comment, but it would probably, it might be good to have the Regional Service Center put that graphic on the big old neon board that's up there, because they're the ones who control the big old neon board. And you know, then you would definitely get probably people who you normally would not hear from. Because that's, you know, everybody in there, everybody who goes to the movies sees that board, you know.
Yes, we took advantage of the board during the sector plan process a few times. Usually, the regional services folks will pull any key thing from our e-letters because they're on the list and included in their long weekly email. But we did remind them to include this in there as well. So hopefully that usually goes out Friday. So hopefully that'll be in there too.
And I would also add that, you know, as this plan gets implemented, the application review is an entirely public process. The design review from the design advisory panel, those are all broadcast. Members of the public can attend and participate and contribute comments in those. So in addition to sort of the outreach and engagement we did as part of the plan and what we're doing now with the guidelines, as this plan is rolled out, there will be ample opportunities. It's very important to us.
I see no other commissioners. I will note that I had talked to staff about some editorial changes that I had. I don't feel a need to go into all of them, but one was to structure the guidelines in a common manner, so that you said that the subject of the guideline, what should happen to that subject, I don't know, the base of the building should be minimized, whatever you want to say. I can't even think of a guideline right now. But to put it in that form so that it's a common form through all the requirements. I asked them to review some key words to the extent they had the word maximum. Think about it, because it's almost an impossible standard. To the word required. These are guidelines. If it's required by the planning board, make sure we know that it's coming from the planning board where the requirement is, because these are guidelines. I asked them to utilize the word use instead of utilize, but I ask that all the time. I asked them to review the use of the word however, because a lot of times in their sentence structure, it didn't look to me like it deserved a however. There was really two thoughts going on, which are fine, but I'm just looking at word confusion. So I did give those kinds of guidance to staff, and I just wanted to not surprise anybody when we got a draft that was changed in that regard. Anybody else have anything to say before we see this again with public comment and for next week? Wow.
Great.
Okay. Thank you very much. A very good presentation, very clear, on point, and did a great job with questions, I thought.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. This is the January 19th, 2023 session of the Planning Board. If it's cloudy where you are, we welcome you to downtown Wheaton, where it's beautiful all the time. Right now, we're going to do item number 9, the Warrior Canine Connection Headquarters Mandatory Referral. I'll turn it over to staff.
Yeah, thank you. For the record, Patrick Butler. We have with us today Mark Beal, Doug Johnson, stepping in for a teammate who is not able to make it today. This is a pretty straightforward item. I'm pretty sure you could see from the staff report. With that, we can answer any questions you have, and I'll let Mark take it away with the presentation.
I clicked yes. Good afternoon, Mark Beal for the record. I bring to you a mandatory referral for Warrior Canine Connection Headquarters. The mandatory referral number is MR 2023-001. The property is located at 14934 Schaefer Road in Boyds, Maryland. As you can see in this picture, the property, partial property, it's kind of big, is outlined in the black dotted lines. We've got Schaefer Road and the Soccerplex / South Germantown Rec Center, the Rec Park at the north side. Germantown Road goes down to the east side. The south side actually kind of goes off the map, but that's Maryland 28, Darnestown Road. And over here we have White Ground Road over to the west side. The property is actually in the 1980 Preservation of Agricultural and Rural Open Space Master Plan, also known as AROS. I may refer to it as that sometimes. The property is a little over 2,300 acres. It's state-owned. It's part of the Seneca State Park. There is a 17-acre area of lease that is specific for this. This is the existing dairy barn, which we will discuss in a couple of slides later. It is zoned AR, and this whole leasing area is about 2,700 feet from the closest street. Excuse me. So with this proposal, we're looking at, here's the existing dairy barn. They're adding on to it a little bit, but also renovating it. They're repaving some areas, creating some new paved areas, adding some ADA parking spaces. I believe there's a cistern being added for fire protection. Sorry, there'll be offices and kennels in that new dairy barn. Sorry about that. Here's some pictures of what it'll look like when we're done. Again, this is in the AROS master plan. The AROS master plan does not specifically call out this property, okay? But it does say if you're in the AR zone, rural zones, you're to create agricultural uses, conservation areas to be able to create a buffer between the ag area of the county and the suburban area. So as you can see in this picture, we've got a lot of suburban area over to the northeast all the way down to the south side, and you can see all the farmland to the west side. So this is a nice little buffer between those, which is exactly what the master plan is asking for. This road is obviously on Schaefer Road, like I mentioned. Schaefer Road is called out as a rustic road in the AROS master plan. No frontage improvements are required, and no master plan bikeway improvements are, this portion is not part of the master plan bikeway. It is in compliance with Chapter 22A, and they are exempt from Article 2. And the proposed development substantially conforms to the master plan, complies with the environmental guidelines, and meets the requirements of Chapter 22A. We've not received any public correspondence with regards to this project, and staff makes recommendations of approval. Thank you. And the applicant's here too, if you guys have any questions.
Got to remember myself. Would the applicant like to say anything?
Certainly. Hi, I'm Rick Yount, the founder and executive director of Warrior Canine Connection. I just wanted to say, we're really honored to be partnered with the state's Department of Natural Resources and their Warrior and Veteran Outreach Program to use this type of bucolic setting for its healing qualities and support veterans here in Montgomery County, Maryland, and beyond. And just appreciate everyone's consideration and support of what we're doing.
Thank you. I'm amazed you didn't have ADA parking spaces before, how, you know, for your use. But it's good you're providing them with this mandatory referral. Commissioner Hill.
Yeah, I do have one maybe modification. I think there was a recommendation that said tree cover was recommended, and it would be around the barn and in the stream shed. I wasn't quite clear where the stream was, but having been to the site, it really struck me that if this isn't going to be an active agricultural use around that barn, some shade cover around that barn seems to me to be the priority for tree cover. And just make it more pleasant, I think, for users to have a shady place and that sort of thing. If it was actively agricultural use, those could be a bit of an obstacle, which I think is why the condition exists the way it is now. But it seems to me that the stream corridor, if I'm thinking of the one that is kind of in the driveway, but you'll have to tell me that, is taking care of itself. And using a vegetative planting around the structure is probably is what I would like to recommend more.
Go ahead.
Yeah, I think we can work with the applicant on that. I don't want to, I guess, impede on any operational issues that may cause. So if there's area that won't impede with the operations but allow for planting, I think we can commit to working with you on that.
Turn your mic on, please.
Well, let me just.
I said, I think having some shade around, trees around the barn makes sense to me, and as long as it doesn't impede any other operations, I think that's a good suggestion.
Right. But my point's a little finer tuned than that, which is just on the recommendation that existed, I think we should be recommending shade around the structure as opposed to treatment of the stream shed, which I wasn't really clear where it was to begin with, and seems like the lesser priority. That was really the point.
Yeah, in general, we do try to, plant closer to streams to help with infiltration,
Yeah,
cool,
right.
et
That's
cetera. So,
normal.
are you suggesting an either or instead of, or could it be a little bit of both?
I'm suggesting flipping maybe the priority that was expressed on that. That started with the stream buffer and then said around the building. I think around the building's the important part.
Sure.
Okay.
Just want to make sure from an environmental perspective, that's not tripping anything. Yep. Yes, we can do that.
And the applicant is okay with that change? Yes.
Yes.
Excellent. Okay, with that amendment, do I hear a motion?
Mr. Chairman, I move, as soon as we get back to the number, can you put up the number? I don't know. Thank you. Thank you. Excuse me. Mr. Chairman, I move that we approve the mandatory referral with the recommendations and the conditions that have been described today on number MR 2023001.
Do I hear a second?
Second.
With no further discussion, all those in favor say aye.
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 Aye. And thank you for your work. We appreciate you being in the county and helping out, and happy to approve this type of change.
Can I add a comment, which is, I see this as a win-win-win. It's an organization that has a great mission out there. We're not quite saving a historic structure, but we're preserving an agricultural structure that I think is quite significant with a sympathetic reuse. And also giving this parcel a real purpose going forward. And I think all those are great outcomes.
Right. Thank you.
Thank you. Your thoughts mean a lot. Thank you.
With that, I believe we are adjourned. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.